like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. And do the things you do, stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Each time I said all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us past our spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Still singing by the night before my praise on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd of flashing blue red lights. I run to see the college.
Good morning from our Deep End Broadcasting Studios here in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, in the United States of America. It is just after 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Stephen Murray, and this is the Round Robin, your full NFL Week 5 already, October football, your full wagering breakdown for all of the action on the slate today, minus a couple of teams on the bye, the Bears, the Packers. I don't think I'm leaving anyone else off, am I? I'll check that in a second as we go through it. But good morning. How's everyone doing? I hope you're having a fun sports weekend, baseball playoffs, some decent college football games. Penn State fans, what is going on up there? James Franklin, is he done? Oh, my goodness. Losing to UCLA, whose season win total, UCLA was just adjusted to 1.5 this week at minus 210 for the under. And I heard some people take it. Oof. Penn State losing out there in Pasadena. Good morning, guys. Welcome. Let's do it today. I mean, if you're new to the program, let me just kind of give you the gist of what we're all about, as I do every show, just so you know what you're dealing with. Don't tune out. Stay tuned in, okay? Because this is a show of patience. This is a show of deep diving, professional handicapping, and this stuff just doesn't grow, on the 24-hour flower blossoming bush. This is a deep dive, season long, must be invested kind of show in which we will bring out every wagering angle that we can possibly look at for the most part. And we'll find the best ones. And we ask ourselves this, I mean, does it make sense? Can this happen? And if the answer is yes, then we're going to fire with it. More about the show. Patience is a key, but why listen to us? Well, 65 years of combined sports book and wagering experience on equal sides of that, would a little bit more on the wagering side than the sports book side. No longer conducting the sports book as of about 3 or 4 years ago anyway. So 65 combined years experience, and you know what? We know what we're doing. How about that? How about this? The guys on the show really know what they're doing. The Ant-Man, 5-0 now on Thursday nights. Do we need to have the Thursday night Ant-Man show? As he catches yet another touchdown ticket. He had 4 of the 5 guys to score the other night in the San Francisco Rams game. So the Ant-Man is now 5-0 and on a complete tear. Both of those guys, Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man, win big last week. The Ant-Man won really big. Not super big, but nice hefty payout. And I think he likes Jaden Reed and DK Metcalf in the night game. So you always want to know what the Ant-Man's playing. And Nephew Dave with a winning ticket himself. I think he hit his quarterback rushing yards, if I'm correct. Again, so he's been on top of that. I actually won a small ticket myself. I'm not going to claim that as a winning week, though. I'm not even going to claim it as a push. I'll claim it as a loss. So if you're going to keep track on the show, to be fair, through 4 weeks, we have 1 big winning week for me, 2 pushes, and a loss. And my winning week by far covers everything else. So that's good to know there. For me, at least, I can chalk up September as basically a success. The Ant-Man killed it. He gets an A+ for September. Nephew Dave, he gets a good, solid grade too. I mean, he's won 2 or 3 weeks anyway, at least 2 winning weeks. So good for him. He's going to win more than what he invested. So he's going to be on the plus side himself. And the Dave Del Grande, I mean, he's had some great picks himself.
even on Thursday night, he liked Juszczyk over 10.5 receiving yards, and he goes ahead and nails that home today. And apparently, Dave Del Grande has the play of the year so far for a touchdown score. All right, so we'll get into that when we get with him here in a few minutes. So he's part of the show. You'll get early on our Sunday morning conversation, Dave Del Grande, and then we'll bring on the Ant-Man and Nephew Dave to go through all the games, all the picks. We'll do Survivor Pool later. We start off the show usually with fresh lines and the weather. Let's see what we're getting into with the lines and the weather. And then I'll go ahead and give you my take on this game coming up at 9 o'clock. We have Cleveland and the Vikings. And we go through the program and sort things out. Get your pen and paper ready because a lot of this stuff comes. I mean, you're going to get a lot of thoughts. And we want you to do things on your own, but kind of open the door for some other stuff. You know, you're going to hear a million times a day on these shows, these gambling shows out there, do not do parlays. Do not do parlays. We're here to tell you to do parlays. If you've seen what the guys have cashed in the studio, that's all they've cashed on is parlays. And it doesn't take much. It's low risk for high reward. In fact, I mean, just for an example, if you put down $20 and you win $4,000, okay, which we can do on this program easily. It almost seems like it's on a weekly basis at this point by somebody. Well, 20 goes into $100 5 times. And 5 40 times is what? 200 times? So you have 200 times to lose that $20 bet, and you only need to win one $20 bet for that 4,000. I'm here to tell you that we do this so good enough that we do not have to wait 200 tickets to get a winner. All right, I need a big day today for myself. We need to pay some bills around. We got to pay for our software coming up and the studio and all kinds of stuff. It's been an expensive fall around the Deep End studio. So I'm looking to win. I feel confident today, to be honest. I feel like I have a good pulse on what's going on. I feel like things that are happening, like running back receive yards like we like, are starting to emerge. I think that's going to be a common theme for today. We know that the good teams score a lot of points against the other good teams. Okay, so that's good. Knowledge we've soaked in. These quarterbacks running, but they kind of slowed down a little bit maybe as far as the running yards. We'll take a look at those today for sure. But team point-wise and that sort of thing, teams to win, I feel like I definitely have a decent pulse on that as well. I forgot to give you guys the superstar lock of the week last week. In fact, I never even made it. I mean, my thoughts were it was going to be the Eagles or the Chargers. 1-1 if that's the case, if I take them both. I want to give you guys just one solid play if you want to bet 1,000 to win 1,000. So we'll call last week a wash. We didn't play it. We didn't bring it up. Forgot all about it when the proverbial gun was against my head. But 3-0 so far on the season there. Okay, so let's get fresh lines, and let's go ahead and look at the weather here. And I need to back out of this Patriots-Bills game tonight in Foxborough, which my book is stuck on right now. Okay, let's see what we got. And I believe we have good weather again, which means points, right? We kind of brought that up. If you're going to have some nice temperatures everywhere, then it's going to be and low humidity, then it's going to be a chance for a bloodbath. And that's exactly what we have today. We have perfect weather just about everywhere. The first game, 50% humidity, 60 degrees, no rain at a Tottenham Hotspur Stadium over there in London with the Vikings and the Browns -3.5 for Minnesota. And the total is at 35.5 in that game. Upset alert, I think, for the Browns. We'll get a pick on that in a second before we get to Del Grande. The Ravens and the Texans. The Texans and the biggest spread move of the season were nearly a 9-point underdog. They are now 1.5-point favorites. The total is 40.5 and the biggest line swing we've seen maybe ever in the NFL, at least in the first 5 weeks of a season. And the weather there at M&T Bank Stadium, 76 degrees, 53% humidity, the absolute perfect day to tailgate if you're out there in Baltimore. The Giants are indoors at the Saints. The one place that we have weather, the Saints are -1.5, 41.5, but we are indoors there. Carolina and Charlotte at the Bank of America Stadium. They are underdogs, 1.5. Over under 44.5. Weather for this game in Charlotte, 78 degrees, 64% humidity, winds 7 miles per hour. All right. The other windy game, semi-windy, 12 miles per hour in London. No big deal, right? Okay. So another common theme with the winds, we're not going to get a lot of them. Maybe a little bit of wind in Seattle later, and that's about it. Everything else is pretty calm, 5 miles per hour or less. We go to MetLife Stadium with the Cowboys and the Jets. Weather-wise, 81 degrees, 43% humidity, a nice, dry, comfortable day. Dallas -1.5, 47.5 in that game. Up the road, or west, kind of, Philly and the Broncos. Philly -4.5, 43.5 is the total there. And it's going to be nice right down the street at MetLife. It's going to be nice in Lincoln Financial Field. And they basically had the same exact weather, 80 degrees, low humidity there. I mean, do I need to repeat this every time? What else at 1 o'clock? That looks like it for one. Lucas Oil Stadium indoors there with the Colts and the Raiders. This line now up to 747.5 for the home team Colts against the Raiders. All right. In the late window, Arizona indoors with Tennessee. So no issues there. The line 8.5 and 41.5. And that game down at SoFi, which would be actually west to northwest of Scottsdale. Let's see. And if you're actually tailgating, the weather outdoors at the State Farm Stadium, 85 degrees, 15% humidity. At SoFi, 74 degrees, 65% humidity for the game with the Chargers and the Commanders. Of games that are intriguing on the day, this has to be one of those on top of the list. And I'm worried about the Chargers a bit. Dave Delgrande's Chargers, we'll ask him about that. -2.5, 47.5 for the home team. I love the Lions, 10.5, 49.5. You want a quick play here? Go ahead and just bet everything Lions again today, and go ahead and put their team points in and watch them run up the score on the Bengals. 10.5, 49.5 is the score, or is the line in that game. Let's see here. Where are we at? Paycor Stadium, 84 degrees and 39% humidity. So beautiful. What a beautiful night. In Seattle, 62 degrees. A baseball game happening right afterwards as well with the Mariners and Tigers game 2. Tigers winning in extra innings late last night in 11, I believe it was, what I saw. But a good game with Tampa Bay and Seattle. 3.5 for the home team, 44.5. And then is that it for these guys? Yep. Night game with Buffalo tonight. Don't worry. Weather not an issue. If it was, neither team would care, to be honest. Not Paycor Stadium, Highmark Stadium, -8.5. I see 8 out there as well, 49.5. Weather for this game, 67 degrees on a beautiful evening in Buffalo, 59% humidity. And if you're at the game tomorrow night, it'll be a little sweaty, 87% humidity, 77 degrees, 13-mile-per-hour winds with the Jaguars and the Chiefs down in Jacksonville. The home team catching a field goal, 46.5. All right, so that is your weather. No concerns out there whatsoever. Does that mean points? This season it does. So put your seatbelts on. 2 touchdown scores are up as well. Where that started off a little bit slower, we're getting plenty of those here in the last week and a half of games. And 2 touchdown scores are very, very capable of happening today. All right, so we'll bring the guys back into the studio right around 10 o'clock. We'll do Survivor, and we'll go ahead and do the picks for all the games today. So without further ado, let's do our Sunday morning conversation, which is a good one. He's going to have his touchdown player of the year, which is an absolute stone cold gimme. And when you hear the reasons why, it will make 1,000%. It will make 1,000% sense on why this guy will score a touchdown today. A nice, heartfelt story that will live its life in the 4 o'clock window. That will be your hint. And Dave Delgrande will break it down for us. He is with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. That's his basketball team out there in Castro Valley, California. He writes for Deadspin. He is the senior analyst at Stat Factor. He has been a guest on my show for many, many years, all 4 years of this program, and back in the day as well. So we'll do our Sunday morning coffee conversation with our man on the West Coast, Mr. Fantasy himself, Dave Delgrande. All right, I guess obvious question. It's the obvious number one question. Do we have a quarterback controversy in San Francisco?
I don't think so. It is interesting. Some topic that we've talked about quite a bit over the years. I'd say once again we were ahead of our time.
Yep.
And that is in the style
The system.
of play
Yep,
of
correct.
the backup quarterback.
Correct.
I mean, it makes such a difference when you can plug in a guy who plays the same style. Obviously, he's not going to be as talented in most cases anyway as the starting guy. But when you're able, when a guy has from day one of training camp or maybe even for multiple years has practiced the same plays as the starters every day and knows that when it's his turn, you don't have to change any of the plays. You run the exact same plays, just like we've done in practice all year or all, last couple of years, and you plug a guy in. And I think that is exactly what this is. Mac Jones has come in. He's been, most, if not all, NFL backup quarterbacks have been at some point in their career very productive in certain systems. But this guy is just a mirror image of Brock Purdy. He's not, he's not a running quarterback. He doesn't have necessarily the strongest arm, although, he's got a nice arm. But he's smart and he's experienced. He played in a very high-level college program, obviously. And he's, been willing to sit there and learn and watch Purdy and watch the, Shanahan's brilliance at practice. And so that when he's gotten the opportunity, he's been able to take full advantage of it. And I think that's more of what this is rather than, oh my God, why
Right.
isn't this guy starting for
Right.
some other team? You plug him into 20 other teams in the league. And as we've seen in his past, he's already been around the block a couple of times, and he just wasn't a good fit. But in this offense, with this coach and this system, he's a perfect fit. Is he better than Purdy? That remains to be seen, I think. But I would say at this point, there's no reason to think that Purdy shouldn't be the quarterback. He gives them a little bit more in terms of scramble ability. They throw the same type of passes. I think he's more trustworthy at this point based on a bigger sample size. So what this does is it just puts the 49ers in a position similar to what they were in this week. But I mean, even moving forward, it's like, look, Brock, you need to be 100% healthy. We're not going to put you back in the lineup like we did last week and have you hurt your foot again. We can't have you in and out, in and out, in and out. We need you in, So you tell me your foot is 100%, then we'll go through a full week of practice with it 100%, and then you're in. It's not going to be, I can't practice till Friday, but I think I'm going to be okay Sunday. No. If that's the case, you're out for the next week, and then we'll start over next Monday, and we'll put Jones in there. And I think that will be the situation for them this week, is that on come Monday, Shanahan's going to tell Brock, look, you're either in or you're out today. What is it? And he's going to say probably, hey, look, I'm 100%. I'm ready to go. No more pain. And then he will be the starting quarterback next week. But to me, if he shows up Monday, it's like, coach, I don't know, give me a couple more days. At that point, I think the coach needs to say, look, I'll tell you what, I'll give you another week. Matt, you're my starter this week.
That makes a lot of sense.
And the 49ers, and something else we've talked about, that the 49ers schedule this year is conducive to winning even with a backup quarterback in there. This game, you could argue, is one of their top 2 or 3 toughest games on the entire schedule, a road game against the Rams. We already saw in the first 4 weeks of the season, more typical of what their schedule is going to be like. They played the Saints. They played the Jaguars. They played the Cardinals. They played the Seahawks. All winnable games. They haven't even played the really bad teams yet. I mean, they got the Titans. They got the Panthers. They've got, they got a lot of bad teams coming up down the line. And so, then if they had to go with Jones for the rest of the season or even for a month or whatever, I think especially at this point, they would look at those games like, you know what? We thought we could win those going in, and we still think we could win those.
49ers 17-0. Let's bet it 50-1. Just kidding.
I think they already lost the game. I would take the don't pass.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. From what I was thinking, to be honest, I was telling the guys. I mean, make no mistake about it. That's forever and a day, you'll hear a coach getting blamed for a loss. You rarely hear him getting credit for the win. I think maybe a little bit, but I think that's a 80-20 if you're putting it on the scale of things of consideration. But make no mistake about it. That's a system win the other night. I mean, to be able to kind of plug those pieces in place, run those plays with confidence, know that you have McCaffrey as your bell cow. Let's just get it. I loved his receiving yards in that game, and sure enough, he crushed it. And, when we talked before the game, you got your little Kyle Juszczyk 10.5-yard pass over. You check the box with that. So a good system win, and that's just what a good, well-coached team will get you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing about the 49ers at this stage, and there are other teams like this, you make no mistake. I'm certainly not someone who's going to say, oh, man.
But there's only about 5 or 6 or 7 of them, I would say.
Right.
Then after that.
Well, right. Right. And so it's not just the fact that they put Jones in there. It's like, okay, you're missing Ayuk and Jennings and Pearsall. I mean, you're missing your top 3 receivers.
Yeah. And Kittle, the tight end, is gone too. Yeah,
exactly. And you're missing arguably your best pass catcher with your tight end. And so it's not like, we got to put in our backup quarterback. No, we got our number 4 and 2 weeks ago, Kendrick Bourne was on the scrap heap somewhere, and Demarcus Robinson was on suspension. I mean, so these are 2 guys who haven't played all year. And they go in there because, and like I was saying with Jones, you know, and you indicated so well there, look, guys, these plays aren't that hard. You know, we run the same play all the time. You find out where that linebacker is in front of you. You run 5 yards behind him. You curl to his left and in front of the cornerback, and you look up and the ball's there, and you catch it, and then you see if you've got any yardage to run. So it's just you practice this every day and practice it becomes somewhat robotic. I mean, look at crying out loud who the 49ers have been playing at tight end. This is not a team where, we've got two good tight ends, and one of them is injured, so the other guy's just going to have to step up. No, they got some guy named Tonjes or something, you know.
I'm sure he must be a fan favorite, too, just because of that name alone. They must love him out there.
He's a fan favorite in part because he went to Cal.
Yeah.
It's probably why he's on the team. Right. Yeah, I mean, he probably walked on to a tryout for the 49ers because it was right down the street. Let's be honest though about that game. The better team did not win that game. I mean, the time ran out in that game just in time. I mean, that game was slipping away. The 49ers played a great first half. And then the second half, it was like, oh my God, you know, come on, clock, keep churning. This other team's catching up. Oh no, they tied. Oh no, you know, they're about to go ahead, and then the guy fumbles at the goal line, and then they come down. Well, they're still going to win this game. They get this 4th and 1. They're marching on us, and then the 49ers get it nice. I mean, it was. I don't. You know, you talk about your 80-20 their percentages. I said that game was 80% luck and 20% skill, and when all is said and done.
And I think just generally with a Thursday night game, that's an automatic wild card for wacky stuff to happen just because of the short week, you know?
Well, it's nice. You know, I mean, I don't think it's glamorous for fans, but I do think it's fair for the teams that they schedule a division game on Thursday because at least you know you're not going to get a lot of practice time going in. But at least you're familiar with the opponent.
Yeah, makes sense.
And so that makes it fair in that regard. You're not going in, oh man, we haven't faced a running quarterback all season, and now you're giving us 3 days to prepare, you know, for Lamar Jackson. I mean, that's just not fair. But in this case, man, these coaches don't even have to open up the other team's, you know, notes to know, okay, we know exactly what this team is going to do. You know, we've seen the same coaching matchup for 8 years now. And so that makes it a little bit easier. So, I mean, and hopefully a little less chaotic. This game, you know, I mean, you know, it didn't, I don't think really anything that happened in this game really was surprising. It's just, you know, the guy made a nice play at the goal line against the back who, you know, had some fumble problems. And that, you know, that turns a win into a loss or vice versa.
Okay, let's get off for football just for a minute. If this is only a minute, that's fine. But since we are, and I like to talk all sports with you, but since we are into the baseball playoffs, our conversation happening on a Saturday morning, so not live on Sunday. So we won't have the benefit of when this airs tomorrow morning to know what happened in the games today. But that being said, I just feel like it's somewhat of a wide open deal here, and the Dodgers look really good. But you know, if their bullpen falls apart, it falls apart. Philadelphia looks nice. I don't know. Whoever gets hot is going to win it. Is that a fresh take for you? Anything stick out on the baseball for you? Or are you just going to sit back and let things happen and enjoy it as it goes?
Well, I don't like the matchups necessarily. I mean, I'm not the biggest baseball fan. So at this time of year, I'm much more likely to be attracted to matchups, you know, whether it's because I like a particular team or I don't like a particular team, and so I can root for or against, I think it's unfortunate in the first round.
Dodgers, Phillies, right? Yeah,
Well, no, in the first round.
right.
The Yankees. Here, I'm a Californian, right? So two of my favorite teams are who's ever playing the Yankees and who was ever playing the Red Sox. Well, I couldn't root for either team in that series, right? And then you've got another set of games where I kind of like the Detroit story. I kind of like the Cleveland story. I'd like to root for both of those teams. No, they're playing each other too. It would have been a lot more fun for me, just personally. If Boston were playing Detroit, I'd have a rooting interest in Detroit. If New York were playing Cleveland, I'd have a rooting interest in Cleveland. But, and especially teams from the same division playing in the first round, it's just not, you talk about a regional audience and not a national audience for those games. I think it's just, I don't know what you can do about it. But I just thought those matchups were bad. And now we get to the second round here. And again, I look at the matchups and I like Seattle. Seattle's is a Western team. I'm going to root for the Western team. So I'm rooting for Seattle. Unfortunately, they're playing Detroit, who would be my second favorite team. I'd love for either one of those teams to be playing the Yankees so that I could root against the Yankees.
Right.
No, the Yankees are playing Toronto, another division series. It's like I had zero interest in Toronto against New York. And then in the West, you have Philadelphia. I'm not a big Phillies fan, and I'm certainly not a Dodgers fan. So again, no rooting interest. It should be a great series, mind you. I'm not saying any of these are going to be a bad series.
Right.
But Philly against the Dodgers. Oh, geez. No, I cannot watch that. Meanwhile, you got the other series, again, a division series. But still, I would root for Milwaukee against either Philly or LA. I'd root for the Cubs against either Philly or LA, but they're playing each other again, and it's just hard. I don't know. It's just the matchups, in my opinion, at this point. Again, me personally, Northern California, semi-baseball fan, looking for some fun games. I just have a hard time. All four of those series is just it's just a hard time for me to be excited about any of them.
Okay, back to the NFL. Now we've had 4 weeks, and I feel like I'm more confident than ever. I feel like we've learned a couple of things here in the last couple of weeks about players starting to emerge, and we'll talk about these guys as we go through the games. I'll bring them up. So some of the younger talent who's been kind of stored away on the benches is starting to emerge a little bit. We've seen more touchdown scores as far as 2 touchdown scores are concerned. So where that list was kind of bleak for the first couple of weeks, now that's starting to beef up a little bit more as well. And for all the points we've had, I kind of went through the over-unders. And week 1 probably helps the cause. But we're basically dead even as far as games going over the total and games going under the total. So we don't want to create some sort of a mirage that, although there have been these unexplained points at times, it's not like it's not like we're on some super torrent pace for all these games to go over. We're right about 50-50. But I feel like I've learned a lot here and watched basically every game. And I've been doing my homework. So I'm feeling a little confident here. We'll see how that translates into week 5 stuff. But maybe one or two of the things that you've kind of learned here. Again, just with I asked you this last week. We've added a week here. So your thoughts now?
Well, I think last week one of the things that I said was, when we talked about early on in the season, how a lot of the matchups just weren't conducive to a lot of points or predicting that they'd go for a lot of points. And yet a lot of them did. I just didn't like a lot of those matchups early on. I thought last week the matchups were much more attractive, just in terms of a weakness against a strength, or a hot team against a cold team, where you could predict a way the game was going to play out. This week's schedule, I think, is very similar to last week. I mean, it's just going down the schedule one by one. I think that, I mean, there are maybe 2 games on the schedule this week where I would say, I got no opinion on this one. I mean,
I agree.
it's just a really nice fit. In fact, I'm so confident this week that I'm offering my first lock of the year. Absolutely. You take half of your pay, your bankroll for this week, and you put it on this guy to score a touchdown. We'll see if you can figure out over the course of time here who this guy is.
Right.
So, you can put half of your your bankroll on this guy to score a touchdown. I'm going to guess he's about even money. I don't know. We'll see. What it turns out, what you say, but so that when it wins, your other half of your bankroll is protected. You know that you're playing with the house's money, because you're going to break at least even, because this guy is going to score at least 1 touchdown.
All right.
And, he may get 2. I don't care if he gets 2. I want 1 touchdown at even money, and then that pays for the rest of the ticket. And this guy, it's going to happen.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
I think I know exactly who this is.
Okay, because nothing. Remember, this is not. I'm not talking about, Barkley scoring a touchdown.
Yeah, I got you.
Against, minus 270, or
right.
Allen minus 450 scoring a touchdown.
Right.
No, I'm not giving you,
well,
super obvious play.
This might be super obvious. I mean, maybe this is less obvious to some. This is my most obvious guy to me, and he is minus 110, and that's Breece Hall.
Am I supposed to comment on that right now?
Yeah, you can save it if you want. I'm guessing I'm wrong.
That's not my guy.
Okay, all right.
But he is on my list. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Good matchup, good situation with the with the competition injured.
That's going to be a fun game. I think we can say that right off the bat, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed. Well, there's a lot. Like I said, I mean, in the way I look at the schedule, I think there are a lot of fun games.
Yeah. I agree.
mean, I don't know. Is this because some of the non-fun teams are on a bye, or you take Cleveland? Green Bay. A top defensive team. Pittsburgh. Chicago. Chicago is up and coming. Atlanta had a nice game last week, but I wouldn't call those 4 teams, real glamorous teams at that point. So you take them all out of the equation, and maybe that is just, spicing up some of the other matchups. But I mean, I just think the cards have fallen this week. And in the right situation, in the right order.
So you said in preseason you had a couple of sleepers who are going to be some of the higher scoring teams, and on that list it was the Jets and Chicago. And yes, the Jets are 3-1 to the over/under. Chicago's 3-1 to the over/under, and the Jets have it by 10 points a game, just about. The Bears have it by 8 points a game. And then Jacksonville, your other team, is 2-2, but you feel like they'll just get better as they shake the rust off a little bit more and get used to that coaching, right?
Well, having just seen Jacksonville play against the 49ers, I was very impressed with the fluidity of their offense. I mean, they've gone to a 49ers Rams kind of style short passing game, and it moved the chain kind of game that's not real exciting. It's not real conducive to high scoring outputs, because not only are they kind of moving slowly up and down the field, but the clock is running and running and running. So they have to score on a high percentage of their possessions. But they just look so much better offensively in terms of they know what they're doing. There seems to be a consistency there. And so, I think they're going to be a team that's going to score 20 points every game, 20 to 24 points. And if the total's low enough, I mean, you put a total of the 50s on their games, well, I don't think they're going to reach that. But if the totals are reasonable, like the low 20s, and their games are going to be close, I mean, they become a competitive team. I just see them playing a lot of 24 to 21, 24 to 23 kind of games that might eke over the total, as opposed to the Bears. Now, the Bears are a team that you would have projected going in that they're going to get better by the week. They brought in a new coach, but he's really airing it out. And he's put a lot of confidence in his quarterback. The Bears' defense is very mediocre. I think this is in that division where you've got a lot of, three teams that can put up big points, and three teams that are going to have a tough time. And Green Bay is really good defensively, but nobody's going to be able to shut down Chicago real effectively going forward. I think that to me, if I had to pick between those two teams right now blindly in terms of which one is going to have a better record at the end of the season in terms of overs and unders, I'm going to go with the Bears because I just think that the sky is the limit for that offense.
Okay, let's get to our list of games. We always go through the AFC West and NFC West first. We've dubbed that boring football a little bit through the course of this season. But we have an early game, 9:30 a.m. Eastern start. So let's just go ahead and get that one out of the way. If no one's waking up for Vikings and Steelers on the West Coast last week, I find it hard to believe anyone's going to be waking up for Vikings Browns with Dylan Gabriel at the helm this week. Am I correct to say that, first of all?
Yes, that is one of my no interest games.
Yeah, no interest game of the week.
And
I got to play for you in this game. Give me the Junkins rushing yards because Minnesota can't stop the run and the Browns have no choice.
Yeah, well, he certainly really exploded onto the scene in terms of number of touches.
A guy we haven't talked about at all, really.
Yeah, I just still don't have a whole lot of confidence in the Cleveland offense, and even now when they've switched quarterbacks. I know if I'm the Minnesota defensive coordinator, I am 0% concerned about Cleveland's passing game. It's like, let's just put 9 guys on the line of scrimmage, rush across the line. 2 of you run at the running back, the other 7 run at the quarterback, and we'll either put a lot of pressure on him or, we'll knock the running back down for a 3-yard gain. I just don't see the passing element that's going to loosen up the defense in this game. So as bad as Minnesota has been on defense, I still got to believe their defense is better than the Browns' offense with this rookie making his first start. So I reiterate, no action for me this week.
And I got one other one. You might like this one, baby. And it's your former 49er, Jordan Mason. And we know how stingy the Browns are against running backs. I think they've given up 33 yards for a high in all their games against running backs as far as an individual goes. And Carson Wentz is horrible. So why not just get Mr. Mason out there in the flats and let's try to get that over 9.5 receiving yards. You're not going to want to run into the teeth of that defense, but maybe he stands a shot out there on the perimeter. And, they're going to probably have to dink and dunk it anyway. So 10 yards for Jordan Mason receiving sounds easy to me in that aspect.
Yeah, it is a very low number. But, to me, if I were, you said, well, you know what, there's a new rule. You have to have one play on every game or you're disqualified. I just think that you got a team playing for the second week in Europe. You got another team playing a rookie quarterback for the first time. This is something unusual is going to happen, and it's probably going to be on the defensive side. There's going to be a strip sack for a touchdown, an interception for a touchdown. Something crazy will happen in this game where there aren't going to be, I can't project a whole lot of points in this game, but if I had to at a nice price, I would take one or the other. I would say because Cleveland's playing the rookie quarterback, I'd say it's more likely that Minnesota is going to get that interception for a touchdown. So I would just take a shot at a big number and say, give me, Minnesota's defense.
Right. That makes sense. Plus 750 for Minnesota, 11-1 actually for Cleveland, which is paying really well. Minnesota first touchdown, since honestly that could be the only touchdown of the game. 30-1 and 35-1 for Cleveland on that. All right, let's move forward. No need to stay in this game. And we'll toggle down to see who we have in FC West or AFC West wise in this 1 p.m. Eastern window. And we got a couple of them. Got a couple games. And the first would be your Raiders. How about that? At Indianapolis, where the sign above Lucas Oil Stadium player entrance says, check your defenses. No defenses allowed. Minus 6.5 for the Colts. 47.5 is the total. Man, the Raiders are just looking worse and worse to me every week. They really are. The Colts, even with a chance to win last week, they lose that game. I don't think that demoralizes them going into this week. I figure this is a tough spot for the Raiders. The Colts seem to be very well coached. That guy seems to know what he's doing for sure. And I think they hold serve at home. I mean, 6.5. They probably win by a touchdown or 10 points or so. But I don't expect the Colts to lose this game. And Jonathan Taylor's been a beast. This is going to be a common theme for me this week. When I talked about earlier being more confident in things and just seeing what I've seen, one of the things we've seen is these running backs starting to catch the ball a lot more out of the backfield and some numbers stacking up. And Jonathan Taylor's one of them. So go ahead and give me some Taylor receive yards. Go ahead and give me Taylor to score one, maybe to score two. And I figure the Colts can handle the Raiders at home here. What do you think?
I just think this game is very predictable. I mean, I think everything you said was correct there. I think that, the Colts have, their game plan is pretty simple. Let's give the ball to Taylor as much as we can and ride his success. Jones has done a decent job, spreading the ball around, but mostly it's come off of, play fakes to Taylor. Everything revolves around him. There's really no reason to believe that the Raiders are going to be able to slow down Taylor. They haven't faced a good running back all season. I mean, the best running back they faced all season was Hampton. And even at that point, he was just a part-timer for the Chargers. So they haven't seen a back like this yet. And so I think their numbers are kind of skewed against the running game. I think that Indy should dominate this game on the ground. And how are the Raiders going to respond? Well, we kind of saw it last week, what the Raiders would like to be, and that is, you got Taylor, but we got Genty, and Genty is our Taylor. We're just going to keep handing him the ball, keep us competitive, especially with Bowers not 100%, maybe even not even playing in this game. So I think this is going to be a whole lot of running by Taylor and a whole lot of running by Genty. I'm not convinced that the Colts are a really good defensive team. So I do think that Genty, coming off a monster game last week, is going to get every opportunity to duplicate that this week. And be tougher on the road, no doubt. But I think both of these guys have a 2-touchdown potential. Because I see this as being, at the very least, two teams that are going to score in the low 20s. Indy could possibly get, up to the upper 20s, maybe even into the 30s this game. So if we're talking about each team scoring 3 touchdowns, and, well, I think it's, each one of these backs can be counted upon for at least one. And if you're scoring 3 and it's the Raiders, well, this guy is probably as likely to score 2 as anybody else is to score 1. Kind of not quite to that percentage for the Colts, but Taylor's been scoring 2-3 times, a game already we've seen. So I think we're going to see a very, very heavy dose of both these backs. And if I had a 2 TD ticket, I'd put both of them on it.
2-1, 2-1 if they both get 1 touchdown, 20-1 if they both get 2. So not too bad. That's a good way to start it. Jonathan Taylor's a declarative favorite for 2 plus 220. So I mean that almost tells you that he's going to get it. I mean I don't even think the payout's good for 3. Let's see. Not that I ever bet the 3s, but maybe once in a while you can throw something fun together. Jonathan Taylor 10-1 for 3. Jitty 33-1, which that's not actually that bad for him considering he's had he had 4 touchdowns in the game, didn't he? Am I saying that? Am I reading that wrong with him? Didn't he score 4 times in the game?
I don't think.
Okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong about him.
Last week is the only week where he's really done well, and he had
the 2. He had the 2 anyway. Okay.
He had a great he had a great game last week, but
I'm confusing him with somebody who I think scored 4, but maybe they didn't. Maybe they just scored 3. Who knows, Dave? My brain's a fog come the fourth quarter.
I do think Genty scored 3 touchdowns last week, but I don't think 4.
Oh, okay. That's probably
21 carries, 128 yards, and a touchdown. 21 carries.
Yeah.
I can see that. That's their game plan.
Right.
That should be their game plan this week.
Right.
And
right,
then
right. It's a better game plan than putting it in Geno Smith's hands. That's for sure.
Well, he caught 2 passes last week. They both went for touchdowns. So, so he got his, he got his 3 TDs last week, and 2 of them were, weren't even running the ball. And I just don't think Indy is that good. I don't know. Somebody out there became convinced early on that Indy was a good defensive team. I don't see it. I see them as being very average at that defensive team. And this is a team, the Raiders are not an average team in the NFL. They're below average, but they're not terrible either. They're not the Titans going into this game. And, oh, my God, they're going to be down 17-0 before you know it. And why would they bother running the ball? No, they're not that bad. I think they can hang in a game like this, as they have in, all their games, I think, so far. And then, the longer they hang in, the more Genty's going to get the ball. They lost last week. He got 21 carries. So, I can see both these backs at least 15 carries for each one of them. And, if all goes well, up, closer to 20. So I think there's a good chance that each one of these guys will score twice.
We called that game exactly last week with Indianapolis. Figured the Rams would win, and it wouldn't quite get over the total. And that 27-20, that was 2 points under the total. So we pegged that. I think there's plenty of opportunity in this next game. There's a few things to like here, I think. And that's with the Broncos and the Eagles. The Eagles are -4.5, 43.5. I'm a little disappointed in Denver, and I get it. You had Cincinnati done. They weren't going to move the ball or do anything. But it's not like Denver has been crisp all season. I really was hoping in that second half they're going to still try to play football a little bit more and kind of do what they were trying to do in the first half. Basically, they shut it down to just the running game, which they've been known to do too. When they get a lead, they'll try to milk that clock for all that it's worth. And emerging out of the pack is going to be one of my guys that's I actually played last week, and I was very happy with it, taking a first chance on him. And he's going to go back on the list to get played again. and that's going to be Harvey, the second back there for Denver, who's getting the ball through the receiving yards. Again, I think that's going to another common theme, I think, for me all week is going to be some of these running backs to get the ball out of the backfield via the reception. And Saquon Barkley has 3 or 4 catches a game now as well. So where he wasn't even catching the ball last year at all, barely targeted, he is at least the one guy Hurts is throwing the ball to besides Goddard. So Barkley's getting opportunities as well. And all it takes is for either one of these guys, really, is just to get into the open space, break a tackle, and voila, you're going to have a 40, 45-yard game. Especially someone like Barkley, who's extremely hard to bring down from the get-go. So I'm going to like both of the running backs in this game. I think Denver could actually pull the outright upset here, but I'm disappointed how they kind of shut it down a little bit, knowing they just haven't played well all year. I would have liked to have seen them just try to get on the same page a little bit more through the passing game, although it looked really, really good in that first half. Philly's passing game is I don't know how the Eagles are doing it, to be honest. They are undefeated. And yeah, my mistake. I had Jacksonville last week. I'm not sure why I thought the 49ers were still undefeated because I did have Jacksonville over them last week. So A.J. Brown, I mean, it seems like every time he complains, he gets the ball again. But Surtain is the lockdown there. So maybe a guy like Dotson or even Devontae Smith is going to be a better option, even Goddard again. I think we get points here regardless. And probably the way to do it is for the good of all these players, just root for points because Denver could come in so many different ways. Philly, it seems limited. Hurts maybe for 2. You could probably throw on there again just because he seems to be the ball hog a little bit. But give me the receivers or give me the running backs in the receiving game again. I'll look for points here. I'll probably play some sort of a ticket where I'll have Denver winning on some sort of an alt line just because you got to roll the dice if you think they have a shot to win here, which I do. I mean, the Eagles are not going to go undefeated. We saw Denver go to Tampa last year and win convincingly. And quite honestly, the Eagles, I talked about Denver a second ago not being completely crisp in any form or fashion. I mean, the Eagles are kind of like that too. And really, it's amazing it really is amazing how they've done it without passing the ball to the wide receivers and Barkley being so quiet in the running game. You're almost like, how is this happening? I think that comes back to bite them this week, and I'll take Denver. But I like Harvey. Give me some Harvey too, especially for some weeks heading forward here. He's going to go on my list of guys to keep an eye on as his numbers are low, and I would love to bang it home on him some more for some easy big number payouts. All right, so your thoughts on this game?
Well, this is one game that I could easily pass on. You mentioned, how I'm disappointed in the Broncos as well. They just they don't seem to be an elite type team. They seem to be a low end playoff team, or maybe even not getting in. I'm a little surprised this line is so low. I mean, they're a line like this, Philly 4.5 at home. Well, what's the home field advantage in a game like this? 3-4 points. You're almost basically saying now these teams are pretty even.
Right.
I don't think these teams are pretty even.
Right.
I think Philly's a better team here. You're right. They haven't done great. They're kind of going into the Chiefs mode where let's just not look great, win all of our games, and I think that'll be what happens here. I think Denver's good enough to keep Philly from having a big offensive game. And I think Philly's defense is good enough to keep Denver from having a big offensive game. So I don't see a ton of points here, although the potential's there because both these teams have the potential offensively to do something. But I like your, if I took a shot with something, I would take a shot with something like Harvey at a low number, getting his receiving yards. I mean, the thing you have to be concerned about, and especially in Barkley's case, is the number of times Hurts scrambles and instead of checking down, just takes off running. If he's running 10, 11 times a game, that just means he's throwing the ball 10 or 11 fewer times to the back, coming out of the backfield, or the tight end, who's hung around the line blocking. And that adds up in the end. Nix is someone who likes to run the ball as well, but I think he's much more likely to swing the ball to the back in a situation like that. I think Denver's much more likely to be behind and be in more of a passing mode. So I would take Harvey as a receiver over Barkley as a receiver.
Harvey is 12.5 for a baseline.
Yeah, and
Sounds
like
pretty
you
good.
said, he's a good back. I mean, he's a quality back, and even if he's only getting three touches a game, 3 targets coming out of the backfield, it might just take one for him. They got holding on first down. They're 1st and 20. Well, now they're back at 3rd and 25. Well, let's just swing it out to Harvey, let him run for 15 yards, tackle him, and punt. Okay, well, you know what? Cha-ching! I got my 11 yards. So I can see that scenario unfolding. So not one of my big games, but we've already exhausted 2 now that are on my you've got better plans.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's bound to have 0 catches, but at 7.5 yards, and if Surtain's going to be tying up AJ Brown or Devontae or someone like that, then give me Dotson for over 7.5 yards on the catch. And he may have 0 catches, but if he gets 1 catch, he's going to win that bet. Let's see here. I'll say this: as far as the points go, and you could talk me into an under on this with your argument as well. I feel like so far this year, when the good teams do play the good teams, and Denver's not Super Bowl caliber like Philadelphia is, but at least they're playoff caliber. So when it's good team versus good team, I feel like that's where our overs are coming in this year.
Yeah, good point.
Yep. Okay. Next game, we have to go to the late window, 4:06 p.m. Eastern time, 1:06 Eastern, or 1:06 Pacific time. And to me, Dave, this is the lock under of the year so far. Tennessee and the Cardinals. With the Cardinals minus 8.5, 41.5. They have no running backs, although I pick up Mercado in the backfield for my fantasy team. So we'll see how he does on my completely devastated, injured. We'll get to fantasy, but I've lost basically everybody at this point through injuries, and I'm 0-4. So enter some Mercado for me. Maybe he can get me off the deck. And Tennessee, I mean, we said it last week. They just have nothing to work with. This kid, Aaron Manor, I mean, he's kind of come out of nowhere pretty decently. But, I mean, if that's the guy you're going to double, then, I mean, geez, Louise. I mean, we haven't seen anything from Okonkwo, I don't think, right? I mean, there's been no Van Jefferson out there. Let's see. Ridley's given us nothing here. Michael Carter, I guess. He's my favorite, or he's the favorite as far as running backs go for Arizona for a touchdown, plus 105. So Michael Carter, formerly of the Jets, right, who had some good years there. I guess this is going to be, maybe they're thinking he's going to be the alpha now in that backfield. This is a bad game overall. I mean, we talked about the Kyler Murray spinaroo last week. I forget who did that on Sunday. One of those, I think it was Bryce Young, dropped back and did the old fake. I'll run it to the left. Let me spin around 180 degrees back into the teeth of the defender coming from the weak side, only to get planted into the turf. So this is a bad game to me. Under this year, probably not a play at all on anything, except I'll just take the under. Any angle from you on this?
Well, I hope you're right, because I picked up Arizona's defense this week in fantasy, so that would be nice for me. And I agree with you. I don't see how Tennessee is putting up a whole lot of points in this game. I'd be shocked if they got more than 10. I may not even get there. 0 last week. But the running. So this game figures to be a lot of running by Arizona. And the question is, who's going to be doing that running? And I've been trying to research this during the week. There was a really interesting quote, and it was kind of early in the week, which is surprising, from Carter saying how excited he was to be named the starting running back. I thought, really? They named you the starting running back? Nobody's reporting this. And
He reported it.
But anyway,
apparently.
he thinks he's going to be the starting running back, and it makes sense to me,
Right.
because you see this a lot with some of these teams. Is that you have your two running backs. Number one, you've got the guy who you want running the ball a lot, and you've got a second guy who you want catching the ball a lot. And when the number one guy gets injured, that doesn't mean the number two guy moves into the run a lot, group, because that's not his strength. His strength is to come in on third down and be a pass catcher. And I think that's where, El Mercado, whatever his name is, I think that's where he fits in. I think that's going to continue to be his role, is to play on third down, to be the pass catcher. And I also think that he will, the way this game plays out, where I can easily see the Cardinals running the ball 30 times in this game. And I don't think they're going to put their quarterback at risk. So you're going to see probably multiple guys get double figures. But if in fact their goal is to develop, an every down type of running back, that guy's going to be Carter. And if they get ahead at halftime and the second half becomes like the Titans game last week, then you're going to see almost like a preseason game. Carter. I mean, I can easily see him building up big numbers, quote unquote, meaningless numbers in the second half of this game. I think he's I don't know what kind of number they're putting out there on him, but he's another guy who
46 and a half.
Well, I think he's another guy based on, the way this game could play out. I think he's got a shot to score 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
In this
Okay.
game.
Yep.
And that might be a really nice thing to tag on to a nice greedy parlay, because that's got to be. I mean, over his rushing total, I would say yes. Touchdown for him, yes. But 2 touchdowns, man, tack that onto one of your parlays, and it becomes a pinball game. So he's going on my 2 touchdown with an asterisk list.
Plus 750 for 2 touchdowns for Michael Carter. So actually, they're thinking along those lines.
I wouldn't recommend anything else in that game, just because if this game turns ugly, and you seem to think it will, I seem to think it will, and you've got this team that's that they can't score 10 points against us. So what in the world are we doing? Passing the ball.
Right.
We got this young running back who, we'd like to get him, A, we'd like to give him some confidence, and B, we'd like to get him up to speed so that when we play a better team next week, he's more ready to go. This is what they used to be kind of a running joke with the Warriors when the Warriors were bad, was that the Warriors saw an inordinate number of guys returning from injury when they played the Warriors, because it was considered like a practice game. And it's like, okay, look, we got LeBron hasn't played in a month. Let's throw him in there against the Warriors, and get very little resistance, and it'll be like a scrimmage. so that when we need him Tuesday night against Boston, he'll have gotten his rehab game done. I mean, I kind of see the situation here with Carter. Okay, here's your last preseason game. We're going to hand the ball to you 15 times so that next week when we play a real opponent, you'll be more ready to go. And that to me is a very realistic game plan in the second half of this game. So, and I'm quite confident that Carter is going to have a nice game.
Let's see. In 2021, 4 touchdowns, 4.3 yards a carry. He had 147 carries. He's a seasoned veteran. I mean, he's trustworthy hands. 400 yards in 2022. 3 touchdowns that year. And then I think this is when he starts to drop off a little bit, right? Yeah, just 187 yards a couple years back. So he was initially the alpha dog for the Jets, and then I guess Breece Hall came along, and that's the guy who started to counterfeit Carter and made him expendable at the end of the day.
Well, I want to say that Carter played the last game of the regular season last year. As a, I don't know, if it was a meaningless game or whether the starter was injured. Let's see here.
17 carries, 43 yards, and a touchdown. And he also had 4 catches for 16 yards.
And that was
against the 49ers.
But that's so he does.
He had 70 yards against the Rams the week before. Yep.
And so the opponent just dictates that something good's going to happen here for Arizona's offense, and I just don't think it's going to have to come from their passing game.
Right.
I just think that why put these guys at risk? Sure, let's throw a couple of crumbs to Harrison and to McBride and get Kyler his a touchdown or 2 in the first half. But when you go into the second half and you're winning 17-3, then all right, our game plan changes. In second half we're going to have 30 runs from scrimmage, and 25 of them are going to be runs. Well, if that's the case, even if they're split 50-50 among your 2 backs, give me Carter with 12 carries in the second half to pad those numbers, add 50 rushing yards, add a touchdown or 2. And that's
a good play. I like it.
Out.
I like it. That's strong. All right. Good thing we have you on the show. That opens up a whole nother angle for me. Here's our NFC West versus NFC South game of the week. And that late window. And that is the Seahawks and the Buccaneers. Except this is a good game, I think, here. Seattle minus 3.5, which honestly, I think that's too much. And maybe the wrong team's even favored here. 44.5 is the total. The Seahawks getting a lot of love just because of how hot they've started the season. The Buccaneers, valiant in defeat to Philadelphia last week, which I thought that was going to be a tough test for them. And they actually even kind of maybe kind of clap them off the field a little bit as they kind of got off the mat when they probably could have given in and actually made it a competitive game there at the end of the day. And still losing, but obviously these teams are not going to go undefeated all year long. Here they go across country to Seattle, where Tampa Bay, in their rare appearances in Seattle, has had success. So it's not like it's a super crazy venue, at least for them nostalgically over the years. It's a 50-50 shot to me who wins this game, I think. So if the Buccaneers are going to get that many points, then I'll probably go ahead and grab them. I do think that Tampa Bay's defense has been nice. Seattle's defense has been nice. I do think we find a way to get points in this game as well. Because, again, we just talked about it. When you have some of these better teams playing the better teams, and is Seattle playing with smoke and mirrors a little bit, not as good as we think. He kind of seemed to think so last week a little bit. We both like Tampa. Most of these Tampa games do go over the total. They are pretty much at least last year. What are they this year? I think they're 2-2. So I can't say that with too much conviction this year. Both of these teams are 2-2 over under on the season. But Tampa Bay's actually played right on that over under line. So is Seattle. I mean, they're real snug to the number. This is a close game. If Bucky Irving's out, I guess that means more for Rachaad White, but maybe the number 3 running back gets involved a little bit more here as well. My guy Barner has been a nice player for Seattle, so I probably will look at him again to get a touchdown as long as he's paying good. I mean, he's paying 5-1 again, so I'm gonna have to throw him on some sort of a ticket for AJ Barner, the tight end of Seattle. And I expected just generally a good game here. Do you want to take Baker over your 1.5 passing touchdowns? I think that's fine. We get Godwin in his second game back, so we probably expect a little bit more out of him. To me, Emeka Egbuka is the rookie of the year in my book. So far to me, I mean, and he could end up being the alpha dog, like a CD Lamb here at the end of the day pretty soon, to be honest. I mean, Evans might be ready to give over those reins to Egbuka, as he's been sensational. We haven't seen the tight end Cade Otton as much. Maybe this is a game where he gets involved more, just 20.5 for his receiving yards. So that seems very, very short. And I do like these second and third Seattle receivers as well. I think they're getting low numbers at this point. I mean, Horton is down there at 19.5 for his total. Elijah Arroyo is at 18.5. Both of those guys upside. I'm going to have a big time bittersweetness in my mouth just because of Kenneth Walker's 1 yard short of me winning about $8,000 last week through the receiving game. He's just 9.5 for his receive yards. Charbonnet 7.5. I think they both get over that. So there are a lot of things to like prop-wise in this game for me. I think we do get some points. It's not going to destroy the over-under, but I think we're good enough to get into the upper 40s anyway. And give me some of these props I just talked about for sure. What do you like?
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about this game. I think it's going to be a very high-scoring game because most Tampa games are. I mean, Tampa's defense is not very good, and that puts them into a passing mode, much more than they really should be. Although Baker continues to find a way to make things happen, even when they fall behind, he still gets his numbers. And then with the running back injured, and as you said, and White taking over, White is not nearly the runner. And so it just means more passing for Tampa, and so you got a relatively weak Tampa defense, and you've got a Tampa offense that's going to have to throw the ball more than ever. Nothing about either one of those two things is under to me. And so I really like this game in terms of a number of points. Now, who is that going to benefit? Well, like you said, I mean, Egbuka is the obvious choice. He continues to do it every week. And even though Godwin came back last week, they each had 10 targets in that game last week. I can see that could be a share again this week because Godwin catches a lot of short passes. Egbuka tends to be the one who catches them down the field, probably does more damage with them. So, I don't see why he doesn't have another good game. But I got to ride your coattails on probably my best play in this game here. Tampa has allowed the most fantasy points this year to tight ends. And they gave up 2 touchdowns last week to Goddard. They gave up, crying out loud, 7 catches to Pitts, when they played. And here's Barner, who's had a quietly really nice season. I think that he's got a really good chance in this game to put up surprisingly big numbers. He on the Seattle side and Igbokwe on the Tampa side. I certainly want a piece of both of them. I think that Barner could be kind of like I mentioned before with Carter. I think Barner could be this 2 TD guy on a real.
I had him last week. He's going to
full-
pay huge for 2.
Exactly. Him and Carter are, tacked on to a couple of parlays as a big-time magnifier. I can see him getting 2 touchdowns in this game. Certainly can see him getting 1. So I think I strongly recommend both Igbokwe in this game and Barner.
55-1 for Barner. Igbokwe is 15-1 for 2. Even just those 2 guys put together is $5 will win you $2,200. I mean, that's not worth $2 even, just for the fun of it.
Exactly. And I think that this is, I said, I think this is 28-27. I think it's going to be a close game. I just don't see Tampa because of Irving not being in there. They're not going to be able to run the ball from even if they get.
And they're not a running team anyway, for the most part.
Right. They'll swing the ball out to White as their glorified running game. But I think that Mayfield should go over his 1.5 passing TDs. I mean, he's got to be a minus $2 on that. So I just think
plus 120.
They have no choice. They have no choice but to throw the ball. And then Seattle. I mean, Seattle's competent on offense. They've got several weapons. It's not like, well, let's take away one guy and then there goes their offense. No, they got a elite outside receiver. They got a really good running back, and now all of a sudden they've got this kind of electrifying tight end type, catch and run type tight end who can really surprise you against the defense, like I said, that has struggled to stop tight end. So he's, that's why I consider him the big sleeper play in this game.
Plus or over 1.5 touchdowns for Baker passing, plus 120.
Yeah, that's a very nice price.
Yeah, that's a good price for
because it's it's first and goal at the 3-yard line. Where's that touchdown coming from? I mean, it's not Irving off a tackle, and White's just not that kind of guy. And Mayfield, he runs for TDs once in a while. I mean, that's something you'd have to worry about. But with Godwin back, this is where he catches that quick slant in. And we saw Nacua on the Thursday night game, hide in behind Adams and catch that 1-yard touchdown pass that they compared to the Seattle game against New England in the Super Bowl. So they're going to throw the ball to Godwin in that situation. And so that just gives them an extra TD pass and a game where I think both teams are going to score at least 3 touchdowns in this game. So to ask a quarterback to have 1.5 TD passes on a team that doesn't have a good running game this week, I think that's a layup.
Rachaad White, actually, his numbers dumbed down for receiving yards, 24.5. We're used to him being a little bit higher when he was the prime guy, kind of pre-Bucky.
Exactly.
Without Bucky,
right.
we had a good number.
I just don't see them. Well, if this were a game where they were playing a weaker team, where you could say, all right, you know what, let's get that third running back and more involved. Let's grind the clock. But this isn't one of those games. This is a game where they could find themselves behind 14-0, given the quality of their defense right off the bat, kind of like the Philly game. And if that happens, well, then the sky's the limit. Then you're talking about a game that could go 35-31. So I think this is, of all the games we've talked about so far, this is easily the highest scoring game.
Okay. I'm concerned for the Chargers offensive line wise. If the Giants are able to, and the Giants have had one of those sneaky defenses here for a couple of seasons. They've been able to get turnovers. They've been opportunistic. At least they've had that going for them. Super great, no, but the last 2 years were right there at the top of the league in turnovers gained. And yeah, I know we like it when Herbert's running, but when he's running backwards and has nowhere to run, that's an ugly, ugly sight. I'm wondering if the Chargers don't get back to bully ball a little bit to try to take the pressure off of Herbert, because they've morphed into this non-Jim Harbaugh style type of passing game, probably just because they have a type of Herbert, and maybe he does question his running game just a little bit. Obviously, Najee's out with the injury. Hampton's a young guy. And they've been banged up here on the offensive line now with some serious injuries. And it's where things break down for a team is right there in the trenches. So that's what's going to be kind of concerning for me for the Chargers here. Meanwhile, we get Daniels back. And no Terry McLaurin. Debo's been fantastic. You probably know this better than anyone. But Washington has the best average starting position, field position of any team after a kickoff. And that's been all because of Debo Samuel, right? So Debo's been fantastic. I expect a good game here. I would not be shocked, actually, if Washington could win this. I do like the Chargers defense, probably better than the Washington defense. But if that offensive line, and Washington doesn't have the worst defense. I'll put them at least at average. But if they can get into the face of Herbert like the Giants were able to, then I think that's going to cause some havoc. I think Harbaugh would be wise to try to get this running game going again. If he does and they do it successfully, then this 47.5 is going to be way too many points, as this game will probably get to a slowdown. And what better way to try to keep a guy like Daniels off the field as well than to try to run the ball and not let him have the ball. And so I think that game plan has to be back to the basics for the Chargers here. They gave me a bad taste in my mouth because I had them in this, a couple of my survivors last week. I'm not willing to go back to the well with them this week, considering Washington is a playoff team themselves. Daniels, we'll have to see what he has. That's going to be a big question mark after being out for a couple of weeks, and life without Terry McLaurin as well. But if that's going to be the case, I guess all eyes are on Debo, maybe some of these younger guys, and they do have them. We've seen McCaffrey start to emerge a little bit. This kid Lane for the Commanders is decent. You still have a guy like Zach Ertz. That they have not figured out their running back scenario, which is kind of scary at this point, considering they traded it away. Who was their declarative number one earlier in the season. A lot of weird dynamics going into this game. There really, really are. So it's going to be tough to handicap. I won't be shocked if Washington wins. I think I'm afraid to get involved with most of the props. I'm going to lean on you to give me something good. I'm assuming Hampton is probably a pretty good play just because of everything that I just said. So maybe if I put my hat on something, it's going to be him. He's minus 135 for a touchdown. So I would throw that on the list somewhere at least. And maybe we get some Keenan Allen back involved. He's ever since I brought him back up here after a couple weeks, first 3 weeks of being stellar anyway. He had a quiet week 4. Maybe week 5 he shows his face again. The Debo thing scares me because it's all eyes on Debo here at this point. Either team wins this game to me. What do you like?
Yeah, no, I like a lot of what you said there. I think that you're right, that this is Washington is a very potent offensive team. It's the type of team that for the Chargers to win games like this, they're going to have to control the ball. And that means as much running as they can. I've been impressed with the amount that they've leaned on Hampton so far this year. I wouldn't have expected, given the fact that Harris was there at the start as well. that Hampton would really be this far along this early in the season, but they seem to have no problem riding him, 15 carries or more. And this is the type of game where they're going to need him to do that. And I think he's shown he's capable of doing that. I mean, Washington, you mentioned Washington is not a terrible defense, but they certainly are not an elite defense. I mean, they're probably very average. But what scares you about Washington is you don't want to get into a shootout with them, because that's kind of their specialty, even though they're not firing on all cylinders right now. So I think, ball control, a lot of Hampton. I think that Hampton, just based on, quantity of carries, I think he, would be a good play to go over his rushing total. Now, on the other side, you mentioned Washington does not have a running game at this point. Washington does not have their top receiver. What are they going to do? Well, they're a team that relies a lot anyway on their quarterback. Hopefully, they've taken the precaution that they didn't play him last week when they could have, to make sure he was 100%. Hopefully, he's at 100%, because they're going to need him to be. They're going to need him to be Superman in this game, running the ball a lot, because they have no other running options, really. So I think that he's got a chance to have a really nice game. I think that Hampton has a chance to have a really nice game. They'd be my two plays in this game.
Hampton is at 73.5. Jaden Daniels at 43.5. And if this tells you the state of the Washington running backs, they are not expecting much. Krosky Merritt, 32.5. Chris Rodriguez Jr. is at 28.5. Yikes.
Right. But Daniels, kind of like Josh Allen, Daniels has become, a glorified running back. I mean, you just know some quarterbacks, you wonder, well, if he scrambles, maybe he gets 4 or 5 runs, the kind of the Mahomes kind of thing. But in this guy's case, no. This is by design. He's going to have 5 to 8 designed runs in this kind of a game, on top of the scrambles that he does so well. I mean, I'd be shocked if he didn't get double-digit carries in this game. And he's a guy that, he's a runner. He's not a run for 4 yards, find the stick, and slide. He's run for 4 yards, find the stick, and decide, you know what? I can get 5 more.
Right.
Break a tackle, and I can get 10 more, So I think that he's again, my biggest concern here is he 100%? Are they really, going into this game telling him, hey, all, handcuffs are off. You do whatever you want? Or do they go into this game saying, hey, look, be careful, swing it out to your back a little more than you're used to. I know you don't like that, but, be careful. You're not 100%. That would be my only concern. But what I do like is the fact that, it almost seems like he could have played last week. And if he had, they would have had to have taken that kind of approach with him. I think they gave him that extra week off just so now they can say, all right, look, we're no longer worried about your health. Go out there and do your things. So, I don't see this as being the highest scoring game on the board. I think it's probably going to land right around the projected number. But I do think that if it does stay relatively low scoring, that just means that Hampton's carrying the ball a lot, because that's how the clock is going to run in this game, and that's what the Chargers need. So, I take Hampton. Hampton over his yards, and I would take Daniel over his yards.
Daniels for 2?
I just don't see. They get down. They're going to move the ball well enough to be in a position to score multiple times in this game. But when they get down there, what are they going to do? You already don't have your top touchdown catching receiver. You don't have any kind of established running game. So what's left? Let's throw to our tight end. They haven't done that as much this year. And most teams with a running quarterback when they get down in those situations, more and more teams you're seeing it. It's like, well, who are we kidding? Let's just plow ahead with the quarterback. A little quarterback draw, or scramble and fake the handoff and run with it. And I just think that Daniels, they're much more likely to score on a quarterback draw with Daniels than they are to give the ball to Merritt off a tackle. And so so you get one free touchdown, and then now you're just asking them to make one play, you get a 2 touchdown game where you cash your big ticket.
How about Hampton? You going to throw him on that list, maybe?
Oh, absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know about the 2 touchdown because the Chargers are not that kind of team. The Chargers are a team that'll pass the
He could
ball.
throw it to Allen down there. Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Allen is what the Commanders are missing. As Allen is
Right.
this guy.
Yeah.
You get down by the goal line. You look for him because you've still got McConkey who seems to be this kind of receiver. You've still got to be wary about him. They throw the ball to their tight ends a lot around the goal line. So there's a lot of you're worried about Hampton running the ball, and you fake it to him, and there's Allen, the cagey veteran, sneaking in behind the defense and catching the ball sideline once or twice, taking away that short yardage touchdown from the running back. So that's why I take Hampton more between the 20s and not, I take Daniels more between, in the red zone.
All right. This is the late window millionaire ticket right here. All for 2 touchdowns. Michael Carter, AJ Barner, and Jaden Daniels. What do you think $10 pays?
$9,500.
$110,000.
Well, then you retire. Then what am I going to do?
All right, so we're gonna have to play that one for sure. Let's see here.
I told you there's a lot. I think there's a lot.
Oh yeah, we're just scratching the surface.
We haven't even hit on my lock of the week.
Yeah, I'm interested to know that. Who I know who it's not going to be is Isaiah Pacheco. I've been done with him, and you're done with him. This is the last of our AFC West cast of characters. Monday night, as the Chiefs play in Jacksonville, -3, 46.5. The Chiefs, are they back? They look like a different team with Worthy, at least anyway. You can say that without being without turning the heads in the restaurant, so to say. Worthy looks good. Mahomes looks a lot better when he has him around. Again, a team with no running game for the most part. You think the Washington running game is bad. The Chiefs running game's just as horrendous. Jacksonville, a team who's really just trying to find their right way in life, so to say. And a nice win last week in San Fran there with the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence and company. Again, a team you feel like will be getting better, but you said it yourself, they're probably going to play a lot of 24-21 type of games. I feel like the Chiefs are going to play a lot of 24-21 type of games. Lo and behold, the over-under is at 46.5. So, yeah, that could go either way of that within a couple of points, I would say. I like rooting against the Chiefs. So, you talking about teams you don't like to root for. The Chiefs are on that list for me. So, for that reason alone, I'll be rooting for Jacksonville on this Monday night game. I don't focus on the Monday night game for the most part until we get to it. But maybe you have a play right off the bat here that you like. But give me the Jags to win by a field goal at home. I'll say something like, 24-21. That puts it at 45 points. That sounds right to me. What do you like here?
Yeah, I'm surprised they would put a line on this game at 3 or higher because you're right. You're dead on about Kansas City is a team that seemingly every game is a really tight game. And I think that Jacksonville has become this kind of good enough to hang in there and play tight games against no matter who they play. I just think this game says coin flip all over it. And I mean, yeah, Kansas City has found a way to win these games in general, but not necessarily by more than 3 points. And if they're giving you 3 points, it's like, okay, I'll take that because I think that's the most Kansas City is going to win by in this game. I do agree with you about Worthy. Worthy makes them a completely different team. We saw this, we've seen this the last couple of years when Rice has played or when Worthy has played. It just opens up, he becomes what Tyreek Hill used to be on this team, the guy that, opens up things for everybody. He just makes them a lot better offensive team. And they, and it's not like, they spread the ball around a lot more. They give everybody their crumbs, but they focus on throwing the ball to Worthy, as they did last week, as they will every game now until Rice shows up. And so he'd be the one guy that I would, I'd play this week in terms of receiving yards, because I just think he's going to be a focal point, not of necessarily of a high scoring game, but what's interesting, I find interesting about this game is this wasn't national news necessarily, but it was big news out here, is that the 49ers accused the Jaguars of stealing signs. And they said this before the game. They said that we know that, this comes from the Rams. The Rams, when you're in the Rams system, you learn how to, everybody watches the other team signs, whether it be the quarterback hand signals or whether it be something that the team sends in from the sidelines. They have people like with binoculars in the up in the booth watching the sidelines and seeing what the signals are. So much of it these days is the coaches is from the booth upstairs is talking the play into the quarterback's ear, so there's really nothing you can do about it. But how many times do you see the quarterback get to the line, or even in a 2-minute drill, and you see his hand signals, 55, 55. Well, no team is better than hearing that call and knowing exactly what to expect than Jacksonville. And it became a big issue here last week. Then when the game ended, the 49ers coordinator got in an argument with the Jacksonville coach over it. And it was really interesting. I mentioned this because you cannot do this against the Chiefs, because I don't care what sign you think you've stolen. Patrick Mahomes doesn't believe in following the script. So if you think you detected, this is their pass to the tight end, let's make sure we got 2 guys covering him. Well, that might be the intention of the sign, but Mahomes will look up and see, they got 2 guys guarding Kelsey. I'll fake it to him and I'll scramble around and I'll throw the ball down to Worthy, and you've completely sabotaged your whole defensive scheme because you thought you could predict what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. Nobody can predict what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. I don't care if you're in their huddle and you hear the play call. You don't know what Patrick Mahomes is going to do. So this is not a good fit for this sign-stealing Jacksonville scheme. That all said, I still think it's a very tight game. It's kind of a put us on the map game for Jackson.
Right. Yeah.
You get the Monday night slot. You're coming off a big win. You have a lot of confidence. You're at home. This game is very important to you. Not that they all aren't, but this game I think has a special significance for them. And I wouldn't be surprised. Again, this is nothing new with Kansas City's games. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very entertaining, in terms of being very close, kind of like the 49ers and Rams game was this week.
Right.
I don't know if you call that game super entertaining, but it was
a good game. No,
it had a rooting interest. Yeah. It was fun. Yeah, it came
for the only thing on it was good, and it'll be better when it was on last week. That's for sure.
So I take Worthy as my only play in this game over his receiving total.
Worthy is at 58.5. I mean, I'll tell you what, man, he does
that is really low.
Yeah, Worthy over.
Yeah, I mean, he's because we've seen this with Kansas City. They like to spread the ball around. except when Worthy or Rice is playing. When those guys are playing, then that'll be their focal point. And so we saw this last week. Worthy came back into the lineup and immediately became easily their most popular target. 8 targets last week. So even rushed the ball twice last week. So 10 touches in his first game back. So what's he going to do the second game back? He's to me easily. I'm surprised. I expected at least in the 70s. He's a very strong play in my opinion on the over the yardage.
Whatever ticket I come up with like Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor, 5 or 6 just guys who really should score. Worthy at plus 150 is going to have to go on that ticket, I think, as well, to be honest. How does he not get a touchdown or have at least one of the touchdowns in this game? His rushing total, too, is at 6.5. I would take that over.
For whatever reason, he ran the ball twice last week. So, that's, these guys carry the ball once. You see this a lot. The same guy carried the ball twice. Yeah. There's such low hanging fruit. I mean, I'm not going to be able to resist.
Noah Gray has done nothing at all. So on the roulette wheel, he's at least due. So 12.5 for him. And he likes Thornton. He does like Thornton, and Thornton's at 13.5. So I think both of those on some greedier tickets, you could even try to take for 25 yards or 30 yards and get a nice payout. Because Mahomes is going to throw it to other guys besides Worthy at the end of the day. Might as well be those two at some point. Any thought on those two at all? I mean, they're just low enough that you have to at least take some kind of stab at it, right?
I see enough, in looking at the number of recommendations I would have for this week. The list is so long that I don't need to be looking for low-hanging fruit. I've got enough that I can't put all of these games all on a ticket. So I'm looking to eliminate games, not add new ones. So
all right.
All right. That's my way of thinking.
Okay, so
we've still got a lot of good ones. I've probably given you 10 different guys so far, and I probably have 10 more to give you. So that's that's my thinking.
Okay, let's go to the one obvious game that we both think is fun, and then we'll try to pick each other's brains for the next one in line. So it's the Cowboys and the Jets. 1.5, the total for the Cowboys, 47.5. Yeah, sign me up for the over. I think Dallas probably wins this game as well. With the injuries, now is the time to enter your guy, Tolbert, right? Jalen Tolbert's plus 220 for a touchdown. So figure he's going to get the ball more, especially if Turpin's going to be out as well. And Tolbert will be back there, I think, to run back kicks. I love the yards on Ferguson. Again, he's going to have another big day. To me, you got to remember the Jets defense can't be carved up as Miami did a decent job with them. Miami did a decent job with them last week. We talk about how bad the Dallas defense can be. The Jets are going to bring anything special to the board here. Javonte Williams at minus 135 probably scores as well. I don't doubt Pickens gets involved, but he will get Sauce Gardner more than likely. And then on the flip side, you have always the chaos of Justin Fields. Breece Hall, I love in this game. It's been Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, and now that there's no Braylon Allen, then it's Breece Hall all day here. In the receiving game as well, again, another running back who has a good shot to get a lot of receive yards. I mean, Breece Hall is going to get his opportunities here. So this is going to be basically a green light on everything. Mason Taylor for the Jets. Tight end, kind of a sneaky play here in this game. But we talked about how Ferguson is going to be involved. Dallas is going to let tight ends run free and clear. I mean, look what Kraft did last week. And Mason Taylor could be the subject of some passing attempts here by Fields. If he can get him the ball, the thing would be plus 380 for a touchdown for him. So a lot to like in this game. Generally a green light for most everything. I might not be mentioning a player that you like as much. I guess your gold star touchdown scorer is not in this game. If it's not Breece Hall, because I think he's the most obvious, unless it is Javonte Williams. So what do you like here?
Well, my concern about the Jets is that you've got Fields running the ball.
Right.
And you know, even when you get down by the goal line, you know, he's a bigger back than Hall. You know, so he's going to be the guy that goes on the quarterback sneak or runs it around the end. I mean, I think he's a better.
I see Breece running it from 30 yards in when he scores. Not
well, yeah.
necessarily
I mean,
close,
but
yeah.
I do agree with you that this game is a green light game for many reasons. I mean, it can go on. You probably mentioned 10 different guys who are possibilities in this game, and they really all are possibilities. That makes it more difficult to project exactly what's going to happen. I do, you know, to me, I look at the Jets, and the Jets should be Fields and Hall all day long. You know, the Dallas has struggled, against a couple of nice running quarterbacks, mind you, but the quarterbacks have run well against them. Fields is a big day, waiting to happen in this game. Rushed for, 80 some odd yards last week, if I remember correctly, and a touchdown. I think he's a strong play in terms of running. I agree with you on Hall. I think that he's another guy who should get a lot of touches, whether it be running or pass catching or what. And then on the other side, yes, I mean, Dallas is going to have to put up points. I can see this being a game where both teams score in the 30s. I mean, it certainly wouldn't be the first time for the Dallas team this year. I mean, it seems to be happen every week. And if they're scoring multiple touchdowns, well, then, Williams is going to get Lamb, without Lamb in there, it just opens up another touchdown or two for somebody else to get. Well, Williams has been that guy. So I think he's the safest play in this game to score a touchdown. I think that Fields is going to have a big running day, and I think Hall will get his numbers in some way. I even got a sleeper in this game, believe it or not, that you didn't even mention, and that is, with their receivers injured, Pickens becomes their number one guy, but he draws the number one coverage. It could be Tolbert, but keep an eye on Flournoy. He's a guy who's been catching a couple of balls each game. He's a game-breaking kind of guy who could catch one ball and go for 30 some odd yards. He's one of these, as you would call them, low-hanging fruit guys. I'm going to guess if they even put a number on him.
No, they don't. But 4-1 for a touchdown. I see.
And so, I mean, I would I'd much rather have him on a yardage thing because he's going to be 15 or 11 or something, because that's all he averages. I just see him as a guy in a high scoring game. He catches 130-yard pass, and bang, you cash one of your tickets on this game. So he'd be my if you can find it, he'd be a guy I'd throw on a some kind of greedy ticket, maybe even again, if his number is so low
with his all yardage, right.
Yeah, that you could bump him up to somewhere in the 20s, and I just hope that he does get that 130-yard catch or 2 15-yarders or whatever. So there's a lot in that game. Like I said, I think my number one play in this game would be Williams to score a touchdown. My number two play would be Fields over his rushing yards. What is Fields' rushing yards?
Let's see here. And we'll keep an eye on that Florida number on this program as we get closer to kickoff. That's bound to pop onto the board. Let's see. Fields is at 51.5, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately awfully high, but
he gets it. He got it last week on the one run.
Right. Well, that's it. I mean, seven runs last week. And he's a guy, we talked about this before, about the two different styles of quarterback. Some guys are looking for the sidelines, and some guys are looking for the goal line. He's one of these guys who's looking, big guy who's looking for the goal line.
Yeah.
Is going to get you. If he rushes 7 times, they're all going to go for 5 yards. A lot of them are going to go for 10 yards. He's going to get you 50 yards or more. And this week's opponent is a lot easier than last week's opponent. I don't know why he wouldn't carry the ball at least 7 times this week. And if he does, he's going way over that 50-yard.
Do you trust Dallas to beat the Jets in this spot?
No. I mean, I don't trust either team to win this game.
Right.
I think, I think it's going to be a fun game to watch.
Right.
I think it's going to go back and forth. Dallas is missing key weapons. I mean, not only is Lamb missing, from the passing game, which is obviously their number one guy, but you got the kick returner. I mean, what a weapon he's been, Turpin, and I mean he's a touchdown waiting to happen on all these kickoffs. It seems every time he runs the ball, they start at the 40-yard line. We don't have that weapon either necessarily. Definitely not having in this game. So that changes things a little for Dallas. Dallas is not a good team to start with. Dallas not at full strength is even worse. I mean, you would think the Jets go into this game thinking, man, this is a game we really should win. And we're in a lot better shape physically than they are. It's going to come down to Fields. Fields, how much can he do? Can he take it on his shoulders? He's been surprisingly good so far. Against a weak defense like that, this is his opportunity to shine, and I expect it to happen. I would say take the Jets to win this game, close game, but I wouldn't want to wager on it.
Okay, let me take another stab at your gold star automatic touchdown scores, since we weeded out a bunch of the field already, and then you'll have to give it to me, and then we'll go through that game.
Well, I'll give you a hint that maybe you're aware of this, or maybe you're not aware of this, but there is a side element of this game, that a storyline, the best storyline in the entire NFL is attached to one of these games, to this particular guy. It hasn't made big national news, which is surprising because it's such a good story. I assure you, if you're watching this game, if it's on TV in your area, it will be a focal point before the game when they go down to the sideline reporter and he or she makes a big deal about this. So that this is as big a reason that I'm so sure that this is going to happen, is because this is such a good story that it has to happen.
Oh man, okay.
So you're not
trying to think of the
you're
latest
not familiar
news
with the story. You're not familiar with
any
kind of.
The thing is, I probably am, and I'm not going to realize it until you tell me. Is the thing. Let me see.
Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't heard this, because it's been very under the radar.
Oh
anyway.
Man, this is terrible. Okay, let's see here. Big name player. Let me ask you that.
Well, okay, this is going to give it away. But if this game were played last year, this guy would be minus 220 to score a touchdown.
Okay.
But he hasn't had a big season. And so thus I'm projecting he should be minus 130 to score a touchdown. I could be wrong. He could be minus 200. I don't know. He could be plus 120.
Well,
I have no idea where they're putting him this year.
Okay.
But last year he was every week he was among the favorites to score a touchdown.
All right. So this throws out this guy because he's a rookie, and everyone just loves the Scatabo kid. Okay. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No.
Okay. All right, you got to tell me.
Well, I mean, this is good. This is good that you can't.
No, I
get
can't.
him because it just means that he's not an obvious play. Which of course, if he were an obvious play, then you lay 220, right?
Right.
And now it's like, I'm not laying 220. I got to go for 2 touchdowns on this guy. But if he's close to even money, which again is maybe wishful thinking, but based on his season that he's having, he really should be plus 110 in this game.
Oh man. I mean, it's not anyone on Carolina. The only guy who would make any sort of sense on Miami would be Waller in that respect. It's not going to be a Saint. It's surely not going to be a Raven, because there's nothing to like in that with what's his face at quarterback, at least to me. The Texans, I think, have a good game here. The Lions do as well. It's going to be no one on Cincinnati. And I don't think it's the Buffalo Patriots game. Odd loss, Dave. What do you got?
Okay. Are we ready?
I give up.
Go to
Yep.
this game?
Yep.
It's Montgomery.
Okay.
What's
Montgomery's revenge angle here?
Okay.
Really?
What's the
Let's see.
What's his line? First, let's end the suspense.
He is at minus 180.
Oh my goodness. That's what I was afraid of. A little higher than I expected. But okay, so Montgomery is a Cincinnati kid, okay, who's never played a game in Cincinnati.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
But that's not the thing. Montgomery's sister was in an auto accident last year where she's paralyzed from the neck down.
No, I did not know any of this. Okay.
She's going to be in attendance. The family's going to be at this game. She's going to be there. It's going to be the first time she's ever seen him play football, since the accident. And like I said, they haven't returned to Cincinnati since he's been in the NFL, maybe even before he was in the NFL. So this is, and the Detroit coach is one of these guys.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath anyway. This is going to be ugly.
38-14.
Yeah.
He's going to get that touchdown so that he can hand the ball to his sister in one of the great moments of the NFL. It is all scripted already. This is a lock. And first of all, we're not talking about, this is, Patrick or something where they really got to go out of their way to get this guy in the end zone. No, they can play it. They can play a regular old game. And in a game like this, where Cincinnati's not a very good team, not a very good defense, Detroit's got a great offense. Detroit's going to score in the 30s in this game. I don't care what the side incentives are. So, so there's a good chance he would score a touchdown, even if this game were played in Tampa. But I just think that this is just one of those games where this story is so good that it has to happen. And some coaches would say, you know what, we can't care about stuff like that. We've got to focus on winning the game. That's not, if you know the Detroit coach, that's not the way.
Right? No.
He's always looking for a reason to score one more touchdown.
If there's any team that has blood in the water where the Sharks are going to start the circle, it's Cincinnati. And everything that you just said, this game to me is complete one-way traffic. I have no doubts in my mind that the Detroit Lions, the one that you've graciously said, watch out for these guys about 3 years ago when Campbell started coaching the team. Sure enough, they've if you ride the Lions since that point in time, you're killing it. You're killing the book. Gibbs is killing it for me. That's our biggest problem is it Montgomery or Gibbs? And we've had that problem this year because it's been Gibbs most every time. Montgomery has gotten into the act, and here it is. This is the Montgomery game. He's plus 330 for 2. You know that's probably going to happen as well. One for him and one for his sister. Give them both the ball, right? This is a bloodbath to me, and I don't care what the spread is, the team points are. I'll tell you what Detroit's not going to do. When they're up 21-3 like Denver was, they're not going to sit on the ball in the second half. They're going to, like you said, bludgeon them to death and win that game 45-10 or whatever the case may be. 45-9 because the Bengals will miss their 2-point conversion when they go for it. Down 30 points when they finally get into the end zone. And Detroit has some defense too. I mean, they'll probably cause a turnover here. Browning's going to have to go on my interception list. He's just kind of throwing the ball up for grabs at this point anyway. He has zero protection. I mean, the offensive line is completely atrocious. So, yes, this is complete one-way traffic for me. I love the angle on Montgomery.
Yes, and the thing is, now, I just know that if I were on the Lions and I was a linebacker and the Browning throws me a pass, it's the third quarter, we're winning 28-6. Browning throws a pass right to me, and it's clear sailing down the sideline for me to get a touchdown. You know what? I'm running out of bounds at the 1-yard line so that Montgomery gets a touchdown. I mean, I just think that there's a lot. I mean, this isn't like your normal homecoming. Let's try to throw this guy an extra pass or two, make sure he catches one. He doesn't play very often. No, this is something that, you may not see, probably won't see, the whole rest of the season in the entire league. It's just such a, it's such a unique story that I can't believe there hasn't been more of a build-up for it. I got to believe that if you watch the pregame shows, it's going to be a part of the pregame shows going in. And it isn't a late start, which is kind of unfortunate because the late starts, at least out here anyway, don't get a real nice pregame show, right? It's always you watch the early games and then they're barely finished. And, they're kicking off now in San Francisco. Like, well, gee, nice build-up for us. So that's unfortunate that may be the case. Fox or CBS or who's ever doing this game, might have to put it in their early pregame show, as one of their nice stories. But then again, if you're a Lions fan, you're probably not even watching that pregame show. So it's unfortunate the way the schedule plays out here. But yeah, I mean, exactly what you said about this game. This is not a team where you worry about, oh boy, they're way too far ahead at halftime. They're going to pull all their starters. Poor Montgomery's not going to get his touchdown. No. This coach would go out of his way not only to score 1, but to score 3 in this game with Montgomery. So, I would, I was, like I said, I was hoping because he hasn't had a great season, didn't do much at all last week. I was hoping that would drive his price down to minus 130. Minus 180 is a little hefty, but still, you know what? When you got Schemes pitching against the Nationals, you got to lay the 180.
Yeah, right. And just aside, fantasy-wise, if we're looking at the top 10 picks and you were talking about receivers, I mean, Mr. St. Brown's the best one of that group, right now?
The top of my head. Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at just from the get-go, Chase is hurt by the quarterback being out.
Yeah.
Although I'd still put him, as high as anybody in terms of if there was a redraft today, still think he would be a higher pick. Jefferson would be a bigger question mark because it just has worked out so far this year.
Yeah,
so
bad quarterbacks.
Was high. But Lamb's had a month.
Lamb, yeah, he's not good. He's not
Yeah.
good. The injury
That's gotta
kind of sidetracked him.
You got to consider that. I don't see Dallas's defense showing signs of life this year. So any hesitation of taking Lamb would be completely gone. So I put him up there on that list. But you're right. St. Brown in terms of just consistency. And I'm disappointed in our boy J-Mo. Jameson.
Yeah,
hasn't had
he's going to.
really
He's
good
going to.
season. Yeah, I think he had a couple of nice catches last week, and I'm waiting for him to break out. But that team is it's still to me is as you call it a green light kind of team. But if I'm focused on one thing in this game, and that is I'll put like I said, I'd put half my bankroll on Montgomery to score a touchdown, and I'd even mix him in on 2 or 3 touchdown, greedy parlays, because this is his week. This is his week to shine.
In the other games, I think the road teams in Miami and the Jets. I'm sorry, all 3 of the other road games we haven't talked about: Texans, Giants, Dolphins. I think all those road teams can win. I think they can probably all win by a couple of scores, potentially. Now, the Saints have been an over team, surprisingly enough. They're 3-1 to the over. But you said it. We expect Dart to come out throwing still, even with the Neighbors injury being out. I know we have no Tyreek for Miami, but that just gives chances to players like Washington. And we saw Waller get a couple of touchdowns kind of coming out of nowhere. So if he's going to kind of revert back to what he could be, and he looks healthy, I mean, that's a whole nother ball of wax there for Miami. And we know how bad the injuries are for the Ravens. They went from a 9-point favorite to an underdog in this game, which is crazy. But I think all 3 of these road teams can win by a score or 2 against these bad opponents and a banged-up Ravens team. Your thoughts there?
Well, I mean, to me, the most intriguing guy of all the guys of these games here, and you mentioned a couple of the names that are really spot on, but the most intriguing guy is Dart. I mean, because what are they going to do with his rushing total? And I mean, last week we jumped on it. It was a very modest number. Nobody really knew what he was going to do. And on the very first possession of the game, he took off running. It's like, and not just scrambles. This was like a quarterback draw kind of play. I mean, this looked like this is Allen, running the ball. He looks like he's someone who's going to be a big focal point of their running game, minimum of 10 carries a game. And part of that is, they're not a great team. They're going to have to throw the ball a lot. So a lot of that's going to come out of unscripted stuff. But I also think they're going to script stuff for him. And I think he has an ability like Daniels, to be a real running weapon. Have the lines guys recognize that yet? Or is it going to take them another week where he has a big game before they adjust the total over 60? I mean, have they put a number over 50 on him yet?
Let's see here. Jackson Dart?
Yes.
34.5.
That's 20 yards too low.
Yeah.
I mean, last week he had 10 carries for 54.
50 yards is plus 230.
He just looks like, to me, he's a guy looking to run the ball. And, we're seeing this as more and more of a trend in the NFL. It was a couple of years ago where we just talked about Hurts and Allen and Jackson as being the running quarterbacks. Well, now all of a sudden, we're talking about Fields a lot more because he's getting an opportunity. We're talking about Herbert running the ball a lot more. Mahomes every week is running the ball. Now, Daniels has added a completely new element to the running. He might be the best running quarterback in the league, and this guy's right there with them. I mean, there's just in watching that game, there's one thing where okay, he scrambled. Some weeks you get scramble, some weeks you don't. So it's going to be unpredictable. That wasn't him. I mean, last week he ran the ball because he was confident that that was the best way. Kind of like Josh Allen. He was confident that why would I swing the ball out to my back and get 6 yards when I know I can run it up the middle and get 15? And he was taking on linebackers. He's an accident waiting to happen. There's no doubt about it. But while he's up and running, I think he's an automatic 34 and a half is a steal. I mean, this becomes like the best play I've seen other than Montgomery. The best play I've seen on the board. There's no way you can put a 34 and a half on him. That's just crazy. They'll next week. My first prediction about next week, he'll be over 50, and you'll have to think about it.
It's a Thursday night game against the Eagles, is what it is.
Oh boy,
we have to pick it now if you want to.
I think that I think he's an automatic play in this game. I think that Kamara in this game is something interesting, a note, and I don't know if people make too much about this or not, or what necessarily what bearing it would have on this game, but excuse me, I think Kamara will be traded within the next month. I don't know when the trade deadline
I can
is.
see that. Yep.
He's the most logical back. I mean, a lot of teams need running backs.
Kamara to the Chiefs. Yep. Kamara to the Commanders. Yep.
There are teams that think they're making the playoffs, and no, you know what? Your chances are a whole lot better if you got a real running back, to replace your injured guys, and certainly, I mean, Houston. Depending upon when Mixon is coming back. Houston's a team that, they're a playoff type team, serious playoff type team with a nice passing game. They could use Dell back in the lineup, but they ain't going anywhere if they don't have a running game. He'd be a perfect fit there. Arizona, depending upon how seriously they think they're, going to be this season, would be a perfect spot for a guy like that. Washington is a very obvious choice for, where a guy like that would go. Kansas City, you already mentioned them. So there's, even Pittsburgh, what's happening with their running game there. So, I mean, there's a lot of teams who think they're making the playoffs, who think they're making a run. But you know what? They're kidding themselves unless they get a real running back. And now here's this proven, runner, pass catcher. Man, imagine being able to steal him halfway through the season, and at the cost of a second round pick or third round pick or something. So anyway, my point is that I don't know that New Orleans is going to quote unquote showcase him, but I do think that the better he does, the higher the price becomes. So I just think that when push comes to shove, not that New Orleans has a whole lot of other options, but when push comes to shove, that ball's going to Kamara down by the goal line, because every touchdown he scores gets you a higher draft.
Right. Yeah. Good. Good thought.
And this is a game where the opponent is not. I mean, they're going to. New Orleans is not that great a team.
But they're an over team, though. They're 3-1 to the over. So we could find some points here.
New Orleans,
yeah.
There are going to be weeks when New Orleans can't compete really well. This isn't one of those weeks.
Right,
This is not a good defensive team. Right. New Orleans is going to score points in this game. Both teams are going to score points in this game. So I think Kamara, the score a TD in this game, is another, very strong play. So I think there are two really good plays in this game. Dart over his rushing total, Kamara to score a TD.
I like the Giants team total too. Although I do like the over in this one at 41.5 is that's easy enough for me for these two. Because if you look at this game, you kind of almost it's the Giants. They played a lower scoring game against the Chargers last week, and the Saints are a bad team. Textbook wise, it looks like an under game, but once you open the pages up, you're like, no. This has all the chances in the world to be a higher scoring game indoors as well. It's not like the fans are going to be super rabid. My buddy down in New Orleans said they already gave up on the team for the most part. Tickets are cheap. So there'll probably be more Giant fans than Saint fans there, to be honest. So I could see some points in this game for sure.
Yeah, I do too. I think this is going to be a sneaky, high-scoring game.
Yeah. Just on
you
that,
mentioned the Miami-Carolina game.
Yeah.
And Waller. I think that's a very good observation there. Because what I liked about Waller in this first game, and unfortunately we got a chance to see it on TV, was that, for a guy playing his first game,
yes, I know.
A big time in his first game, he was the target at the goal line.
Right.
I mean, even that one crazy pass where Tua threw the ball, and there were like two defenders between him and Waller. He's like, Waller's 6'5".
I thought I was going to go in the first row. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, how do you even know he's tall? He has been on the team,
Right.
And it's like, you know what? I'm just going to throw the ball up in the air to this tall new tight end we got. And he caught that TD pass. You don't got Hill there anymore. Now all of a sudden, so Waddle, you would think, would get a whole lot more balls thrown to him, but also a whole lot more attention paid to him. I just think that Waller could, if he's going to be the target at the goal line, he's going to score a touchdown more weeks than he doesn't if he's healthy, if he's playing like he did in the past, which early indication was a good one. And here's a week where they play a weak opponent. You're going to get opportunities to score points. I think he's got a chance to score a TD in this game. On the other side, who could recommend anybody on Carolina?
Right.
But interestingly, they have
Trimble has been good
now. Because Carolina, had this guy Sanders starting the season at tight end, and he had some decent success. They were throwing the ball to him a little bit, but then they started splitting time between him and Trimble.
Trimble
was catching a couple of passes every game. Well, now Sanders is injured, and now it's all Trimble. And he's demonstrated he scores touchdowns. He catches a lot of balls. The quarterback likes to throw the ball to the tight end. They're always behind, right? So they throw the ball a lot. Here's a guy who, under the radar, especially at this point, he comes into this week. Well, what are they putting a receiving total for him on this game? 22?
Well, let me let me start by
total?
this. He's plus 390 for a touchdown. Waller's plus 300. Both of them pay 17 to 1. For Trimble, 25.5. And that's easy enough.
What I would have expected. Somewhere in the 20s on a guy who is going to get 8 targets.
Do you know where he went to college, Dave?
Especially if they fall behind, as they always do. He's one of these low-hanging fruit guys.
Yeah, he is.
You want to just take the over on 25 and cash your ticket, or do you can you bump him up to 40 and get plus 250 on it? Well, that's your choice, but I would say from my conservative standpoint, just take the money and run on him. Getting the 25 yards. He's going to get it. He's going to have, within the first 2 series of the game, he's going to have 3 catches, for 26 yards. And unless they decide to throw him a screen pass where he's going to lose yardage, you can go stand at the cashier.
Plus 240 for 40 yards for Tommy Trimble.
Like I said, this is a team that throws the ball a lot to their tight ends. You just haven't necessarily noticed it because there's been two of them. You know, they've been splitting a lot of the carries, and Sanders had a couple of nice games early on. You know, this and here, you know, we're playing Miami. It's not like they're playing an elite defensive team. So I like Waller for a TD in this game. I like Tremble, you know, for his yardage in this game.
Let's see here. Do you know where Tremble went to college?
Georgetown.
Notre Dame.
Oh,
Known for their tight ends.
oh,
Yeah.
they're similar, right?
Yeah. I like the Tremble Waller touchdown payout, 18-1.
Yeah.
We haven't even mentioned the best player on the field, Achane, who could have 1 million yards. I think Miami could actually really throttle these guys, to be honest.
Well, it's going to be interesting.
This is the get right game of getting right and life after Tyreek Hill a little bit. And you recommended pick up Washington on your fantasy, and I did. I mean, he has a tremendous upside, right? And they add Waller to the mix, and then maybe they got something good going here.
Yeah, and they do seem to in watching them the last 2 weeks, they were a team that they were really rock bottom. And oh man, they're firing the coach. This is terrible. There's nobody paying any attention, and Tyreek screaming at everybody. Oh man, they're going to get killed by Buffalo. Remember that a couple weeks ago. And then they showed signs of life in that game, and now all of a sudden you kind of see, well, they've got some weapons, and if they just keep their head on straight, they lose Tyreek, right? Well, they still got a couple of running backs. They still got a really good wide out. They've got, this Washington guy who's ready to step in, and now they've got a new weapon with this tight end. They got a quarterback who's still healthy. They got a good offensive-minded coach. They still have a chance to be an above-average offensive team. And like you said, this is a get-right game. This is a game where, they got a little momentum, and if they go out and lose this game, they throw all that momentum out the window. I just think they need to take care of their business here. Go, win this game 28-17, but do it by scoring points. And winning this game 16-3 isn't going to help your momentum. But winning this game 28-17, like I said, and getting Achane in the end zone and getting Waller back in the end zone again, and keeping Tua upright, I just think that this will do a world of good for this team.
They get the Chargers next week, which is tougher, obviously, but they'll get them at home, and then the Cleveland and the Falcons on the road. So you're not asking them to do the impossible, really, to start 0-3 and then find themselves somewhere above 500 come November 1st sometime. Okay.
But that's the big thing about this week is that, like I said, they've got a little momentum now offensively, and they've got to take it to the next step because those next 3 games are all winnable. Certainly 2 out of, they can go 2-1 in those games. And if their offense is rolling at all, and all of a sudden, the season, which was a disaster 2 weeks in, now all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're only 1 game out of the playoff race, and it can change that quickly. But so important for them to take care of their business this week.
Let's check one more thing out on this game, only because I'm interested to see where our guy Ollie is at for 2 touchdowns this week. If this is going to be a bloodbath, Ollie Gordon 22-1 for 2 touchdowns, but they gave it to Waller. And Gordon did get an opportunity, a couple opportunities inside the 5, but like you said, they weren't afraid to throw it to Waller. Waller's 30-1 again for 2. Wow,
that changes things. When you got a touchdown a tight end that you trust. It's kind of like Mahomes,
you can reach the 7 feet high. Yeah.
If you're, you've got this guy who, and depending upon the matchup, it was just so impressive to me last week. The high pass that he threw to him in the end zone, recognizing that, look, he's taller than these other guys. I'm just gonna it's like a high school quarterback. The coach telling you, look, you've got to 6'6" wide receiver and their defensive backs are 5'10". I don't care. You can't throw the ball. Just throw it up in the air. You'll catch it. You know, it was almost one of those things where, what the heck is he doing throwing the ball that kind of pass? It's like, whoa, you know. The tall guy really did jump up and catch that. It was nice that he caught it, but at the same time, to me, it was even more impressive that they even tried throwing it to a guy who was brand new to the system. So that was, to me, was a definite buy sign.
Yeah, that's a buy sign. Okay. In the other game with the Texans, much like RJ Harvey here, I took a chance on Marks last week, and that paid dividends for sure, as he was on my one winning ticket, which, you know, didn't win a fortune, but won a couple $100 there. His 30 yards receiving got home for me. So I'll be back on the Woody Marks receiving bandwagon again. The Ravens, big trouble here with their injuries. It's amazing how this spread is flipped. You mentioned how you should have the backup quarterback be part of the same system as a starting quarterback, and that is not the case with the Ravens.
Absolutely.
With these two quarterbacks. So I expect
that
Houston to win this game, and give me some Woody Marks receiving yards.
Well, that's the big thing in my mind in this game. And at least, you know, I still think Baltimore is going to win this game. I'm just not impressed at all with Houston. You know, I mean, yeah, they've made a move to the younger back. You know, I haven't seen any, you know, great shakes out of him. They're still down a receiver or two. I mean, they need a real second threat in the receiving core. I think it's really affected Collins.
I think Christian Kirk
has not been a good, you know, offensive team so far. And I don't know that they can take advantage of a Baltimore defense that hasn't been that good. I also think going in that there's more emphasis on Baltimore's defense in this game because they're not going to put up pinball numbers offensively. And like you said, it shocks me that they go, you know, to this level with their backup quarterback. It just makes no sense to me that, you know, you would do this. But the thing about it is it changes the way they're going to play, and that is, you know, they'll throw the, you know, instead of Jackson taking off running with the ball, the quarterback will throw the ball out to the flat to his back. And this is where I think Hill is going to be much more. I mean, he's already cutting into Henry's touches. I think he's going to be a much bigger factor in this game because you'll see them throw the ball to the back more often, and he's their pass catching back. And again, I look for a guy who's under the radar, going to get a bigger opportunity. Catch him now before the line, you know, moves up on him. But, you know, if he's 15 yards in receiving this game, this could be one of those. Oh my God, you've got to get a piece of that. So, what's Hill's receiving yards?
Let's see here. He is at 14 and a half.
Yeah, okay. Well, I said 15. That is another absolute steal. You know, it's a number that's based on how he's done so far, and you can throw all that out because the old quarterback doesn't swing the ball to the back; he runs with it. The new quarterback, he doesn't run; he swings the ball to the back.
Right.
And so, and even, you know, like I said, Hill's been getting a decent amount of time playing, even before. You know, he could take on a greater emphasis without the quarterback in there. I think that he's a definite over in his receiving yards.
The other guy I'm going to like is I'm going to like Christian Kirk because we need a Texans guy to emerge from somewhere, and the guy who's going against him, I think, is cornerback number 5, undrafted free agent, And Kirk's at least a veteran, right? That should be a favorable matchup for him.
Yeah, I picked him up in fantasy when I saw he was coming back and he was going to be healthy. And then I was disappointed. I thought he had a nice opportunity last week and didn't do much. And so I immediately soured on him. Perhaps, premature.
No, well, this would be my one chance and done if he does it.
But they need that second receiver to develop. And as a losing Dell to injury is a big loss for them.
Yeah, bigger than anyone could have imagined, right? I mean, think of how good they were with them and without him, what they are,
Right. They already lost, whatchamacallit, the Bills guy that they had for last year.
Right. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank here, but yes.
And so, I mean, in essence, they're down 2 receivers. They brought in this guy to be the number 2 guy, and then all of a sudden he hasn't played and still hasn't done anything yet. But it was Diggs we're talking about.
Right.
So, and so they just haven't had that second receiver, and now they do. Maybe it's going to take a while for him to, develop a relationship with the quarterback. But my early indication to me was it is not working out for him. But like I said, I could be rushing to judgment here. This would be a nice week for him to at least show a pulse, so that we can look at him moving forward. So Hill to me is the only play in this game for me.
Okay, I think everyone in the world is going to be on Buffalo. That makes me like my Patriots that much more, getting the points here. I know you hate the Patriots. You love Josh Allen. That maybe a mismatch in your mind. But I'll say this from watching the Patriots play. Mistakes aside, like their stupid fumbles at bad times, they actually play like real football, if that makes sense. Very complimentary. Young team is trying to find their way. Right now, Drake May, if you put him against all the other quarterbacks in the league, his stats are right there with him. And he can run the ball. So there are some things to like with New England here. I do have a preseason ticket where I played the homer role and took I got 250 to 1 that the Patriots could go 6-0 in that division. So this would be a huge game for me in that regard as well. I'll put $100 on it just on the whim. It's preseason. Let's just have some fun. Give me something to root for the whole season. So 100 to 125 grand. Buffalo probably wins this game. But I'll say this too. The year that they beat the Rams for their first Super Bowl, the year that Brady came in for Bledsoe, and this should be a lesson to all NFL teams, and especially a team like Miami we just mentioned about why you can't ever kind of give up. The Patriots started off 0-2. They found themselves to a 5-5 record at 500, which at that point in time, after 10 weeks of the NFL season, you're not thinking about a team like the Patriots winning the Super Bowl. And that's what they did. They went ahead and got on their hot run and went ahead and won out the season and won out the playoffs. So even these teams, when you think there's kind of no hope, even at 5-5, you're still alive. So what I hope for in this game is that they just play competitive and do kind of what they did the first time they saw the Rams team that season on a Sunday night regular season game, is they played them tough. They're the first team to kind of play them tough all season. Rams narrowly get away with the victory, and then that made them believe that they could actually beat them if they saw them again down the road in the Super Bowl, and that's what happened. So for the Patriots to grow, they at least just need to kind of keep this game competitive and close. If the Saints can kind of keep it close like they did last week, and if the Patriots play the way they did against Carolina, then I don't see any reason why they can't keep it at least close to me. So I'll take the points here with the Pats. I think we probably see Henderson again. He's going to be the theme of the running back receiving yards for me. I think they'd be wise to get him the ball out in the perimeter and see if he can move the chains that way. Yeah, here comes Josh Allen running downhill. But it's not like the Patriots have the worst defense either. Probably not the best. If I were to kind of rate them as a fan right now, I'd kind of give them in that C+ territory, maybe even a B- ish, if I'm really nice. So that I think that gives them a puncher's chance against the Bills in that regard. But I'll swallow all the points you'll give me, and I'll just hope that they keep it competitive, knowing that this could be a good stepping stone for the future. Your thoughts?
I agree. I think that they can keep this game competitive. I don't see this being a real high-scoring game. I'm disappointed that the new guy is not taken on a featured role running. They still run Stevenson a lot. They seem to be a team that without a focal point on offense, even though, like you said, the quarterback seems to be ready to take this team to a second level, but they don't have.
He loves Henry.
He loves
Henry.
What's that?
He loves
exactly.
Henry. Yeah,
they don't have that young wide receiver that could be a focal point to the offense. Henderson yet has not become the running back to be the focal point. I mean, it's like a next year's draft. They need to go out and get themselves the top wide receiver so that you can come out next year and say, all right, you know what? You got this great young quarterback. We've now slowly and steadily developed Henderson into a really nice running back. And now we've got an elite receiver. And now all of a sudden you become this team where, we've got talent, assets at different positions, and you don't quite know how to approach us. And then, like you said, oh, by the way, we have this very, very dependable tight end. And that, to me, is where they're at right now. It's like, okay, they've got one thing right now, and that's a dependable tight end. And so he's the one guy, if you're going to look to play something on the Patriots, it's like, well, I mean, the one thing that I'm most confident in this game is that they're going to throw the ball 8 times to Henry. And he's probably going to catch 6 of them, and he'll get about 50 yards, may or may not score a touchdown. So, I mean, if that's over his receiving total, then he becomes a minor play. And if it's probably right around his receiving total, because that's kind of what his average is, then it's like, you know what, I got so many other things going. I don't need anything in this game.
40.5 for Hunter Henry. So that's a great.
I mean, that's playable.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, they'll, especially if they fall behind, which I don't necessarily expect that this is going to be a blowout. But, the Buffalo's at home. They're big favorites. I mean, people do expect Buffalo to be ahead in this game. And so, I even in the worst of conditions, they're going to throw the ball, like I said, 8 times to Henry. He's got 3 touchdowns, I want to say, the last 2 weeks. And so clearly the young quarterback got confidence in him, and I can see why. There's really not really outside receivers to have any kind of confidence in. So throw the ball more to your tight end. So I mean I put him. I'd include him on one of my tickets at that price.
Not as wholesome and as precious as the story of Montgomery giving the ball to his sister who's in a wheelchair after he scores a touchdown, but almost for all the same reasons, but different. It's a Diggs revenge game in a way. I mean, can't you just see him? He's plus 250 for a touchdown on some sort of greedy ticket. You got to throw Diggs on there, being in the former Bill that he is. Given the chance, I think he can score a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of quote unquote homecomings or reunions, whatever you want to call them, that are just too predictable. I mean, it's like, everybody knows Diggs is coming back. Yeah, they'll try to get him the ball a couple extra times, but you know what? Buffalo knows it's coming as well. And so, it's almost like, and maybe I'm making way too much about this. But it's almost like in the difference between that and the Montgomery game is, and at the end of the day, I don't think any Cincinnati player is going to be disappointed if, they're a witness to this great scene where Montgomery, scores the touchdown, and in Cincinnati's home stadium, and every fan there is cheering, and this, I don't think anybody in Cincinnati, in fact, they might go out of their way to let it happen if they had to. It doesn't work out that way in basically any of these homecoming games. And I'm sure there are enough people on Buffalo who just don't like Diggs for whatever reason. And so they're in some ways, they want to avoid seeing him get the big headline this week. So, and I'm not sure he's the player he used to be either. So that to me is kind of manufactured a little. I don't, if it was one thing, if he needed just a catch or two and a ceremonial thing, and he gets his 12 yards and his total was 11.5 and you were able to cash it, but that won't be the case. I'm been there, done that with these, revenge
Right.
games or whatever. And, 50% of the time they have a happy reunion. 50% of the time they have an unhappy reunion.
And in today's day in NFL, these happen every week, actually, at this point in time. Okay, Dave, how's your fantasy team doing?
Still not. I suffered my first loss last week. I would say I've been disappointed in every week except for the first week. I think I mentioned the first week McCaffrey and Henry both had big games. The rest of my team didn't, but they did well enough that it carried me to a win. Then McCaffrey and especially Henry, didn't do nearly as well. So I really struggled the next 3 weeks, and won luckily 2 out of those 3, and then lost last week pretty convincingly. So I still think my team is good. I've got Rice and Ayuk waiting in the wings because with Henry and with McCaffrey, I'll be all set at running back. I just need better receivers. But it's not like I need to go out and make a trade because I got these 2 guys. Rice now is only 2 weeks away from coming back. I don't know whether Ayuk, when he's going to be back. I've got other decent receivers, but I'm still, I'm waiting for the team to play up to my expectations. Got off to a nice start on the Thursday night game. McCaffrey had a really nice game. Obviously, the opponent had Puka, so we both got off to a nice start, but I got off to a slightly better one. So my number one outscored his number one, and hopefully that's the case moving forward. So my team needs a wake up call. I need and hopefully McCaffrey's big game is an indication that all right, we're going to put up our 130, 140 points this week, and then we'll be fine. Because like I said, I'm confident down the line, especially once I throw Rice in there, that my team will be fine.
All right, we got a lot of good picks on the sheet. David Montgomery for a touchdown leads the way with your gold star, 5-star play of the week.
Right, and there were a lot of good plays this week, and even more than I thought because as you talked about these low hanging fruit games, I would not have expected Dart's rushing total to be so low. Tremble is like stealing money, and Mayfield is like stealing money. I mean, some of these numbers are just kind of head scratching. I wouldn't have expected them. I mean, it's easy enough to go in and say, well, Williams and Fields and Genty and Taylor, these kinds of guys, like, okay, everybody in the world, can play these guys. But when you get some of these additional ones thrown in there, kind of freebies almost, like, all right, well, these really, these really solidify the tickets. And now all of a sudden, now you throw the magnifiers on there, the 2 touchdown guys, from the Carter, Daniels,
Barter, we have on there.
Yeah, Barner, exactly. So now, wow.
Shoot, throw a dart on there.
Now there's
Carter,
potential
Gentry,
there.
Taylor. Yep. Javonte Williams. All can go on one big 2 touchdown ticket.
So
Round
there's,
robins. Yep.
yeah, I mean, I think there's enough really solid plays to get your parlay going, and then you put the turbo booster on the end with the 2 touchdown guy, and all of a sudden your 15-1 parlay becomes 150-1, and that's where you're that's where you make your big bucks. So good luck with that. Obviously I'll be rooting for Montgomery, and that's my guy this week.
All right, Dave. Enjoy the games. We'll talk to you next week. Yep.
All right, bye.
Just after 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, this is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave in studio as well now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are
Happy
you?
Sunday.
You doing okay?
Doing good. Doing good.
Let me get our heads around the same angle. There we go. There we go. Equal head level there, Dave.
That's
we have
right.
a NFL football game where if you have the Oliver and Fannin Jr. touchdown ticket for $5 or whatever you probably put on it, you are having a great morning. That $5 is probably like $1,000 the way those 2 guys and their odds probably paid off. Here, 2 very big underdogs scoring, and we have a 7-7 game with Minnesota and Cleveland. 2 minutes left in the first quarter. So much for the under play in that so far, David. Thoughts on that?
There's still some time to go, but yeah, they seem to be moving it pretty well. Dylan Gabriel with a nice touchdown pass in his first start.
Yeah, you said 6-1, right? So
yeah, got a really, really juicy number on 2 Dylan Gabriel touchdown passes, and we had to take that, Steve.
Okay, I got Mason and Junkins for 30 yards receiving each. I haven't seen either one of them catch a ball, so hopefully, and this is why I didn't put too much money on this game, probably. Is for the way this thing's breaking down as we speak. Or maybe that's all the more reason why you need to. You're getting such good numbers like you did with Gabriel at 6-1 for 2 touchdowns. Wow. All right, good catch, Dave. I like it. You and the Ant-Man both coming off winning weeks. The Ant-Man's 5-0 on Thursday nights. Hope you're joining us hopefully here in a few minutes. But Dave, happy with your September, the way it started?
Yeah, some good tickets landing. So yeah, I mean we're off to a pretty good start here, Steve. I mean we keep the ball rolling today, hopefully. But a little something each week, and it all adds up. So some good hits out there, some good tickets, and yeah, we're doing good, Steve.
Don't get complacent, stay hungry, and attack it the same way you would every week.
And I just got a score here, so something's about to happen.
Thick skin and fire again. Hopefully this is a Junkins.
It's a Judkins. There he goes. That's a check mark.
He's going to go all the way to the house. There is a flag down. Do they count that in for the lockout?
I still see it on the board here.
He's grabbing his own.
Oh, it's off. Yep, it's coming back.
Wow. So Junkins with a long touchdown run. That's going to be called back. That was getting ready to shatter all of those tickets. And I did tell Dave Del Grande, I did like the Junkins rushing yards too. Might as well, because the Vikings can't stop the run. And that looked pathetic, that attempt right there. All right, Dave, go down the list. Let's pick out a survivor play for today. And we have good weather everywhere. So, again, it could be a day conducive for points with all this nice weather. So let's update the lines now. We'll pick a survivor pick, and we'll get on to the full slate. What do you got?
All right, we'll start off Denver traveling to Philly, taking on the Eagles. Your number there is 44.5 with a -4.5 there for the Eagles.
No play for me on survivor.
Same. Now here's one. If you still got them, I do not. I've used them up already, but probably a good play here. The Raiders are traveling to take on the Colts. 48.5 is your number. -7 for the Colts.
Colts, you could use a survivor, I think, today. I'm not going to use them. I'm going to take a chance elsewhere, but I think if you want to use the Colts, go for it.
All right. Here's my play for survivor this week, and it's risky, and that's kind of been the theme of my survivor play here lately, strategy I'm trying to deploy, and it's working so far. So let's see if we get another one home today. The Cowboys are taking on the Jets. This one is in New York. 48.5 is your number with a -1.5 for the Cowboys.
The Eagles over-under is up a point, too, by the way.
Oh.
Since this program started for what that's worth. I think you could take the Cowboys today. I'm a little scared at this point of them. They are the more banged-up team than the Jets. So this is a chance for the Jets to actually win this game, too. I think we see a ton of points. I'm not going to trust anything Dallas survivor-wise. I'll pass on that.
All right, so I'm gonna take the ride. Steve is not. Giants taking on the Saints. This one in New Orleans. 42.5 is your number there. That might be too low. We'll talk about that when we get to it. How about this? -1.5 for the Saints.
Yeah, the wrong team is favored to me. I see 41.5, but I like the angle of 42.5. Perhaps like you said, a sneaky over. I'll pass on survivor.
Yes, absolutely. Interesting game here. I don't think there's going to be any survivor in it for me. The Texans are taking on the Ravens in Baltimore. 40.5 is your number with the Houston Texans -1.5.
I'll pass on that. And the line is staying biggest line move, Dave, we've had. I can't recall any time within the first 5 weeks I've seen a line move not 9 points or so.
Yeah, and
that's what we have here.
Crazy stuff there. We'll see what happens. No Lamar in that game as well. Dolphins taking on the Panthers. This one, Steve, 44.5. Believe it or not, maybe that's a little bit light here too. -1.5 for the Dolphins. No survivor though.
It's a beautiful day out there. I used the Dolphins as survivor against the Jets in my lone standing entry. The Chargers killed me last week, Dave. So
yeah, yep.
I'm down to 1, and I rebought into a new survivor pool. So I do have. It's funny you say that. I don't want them, but I have the Cowboys locked in on that one. I'm not going to use it again. I just assume let's just ride it out since I have it. And on a new survivor, I have somebody coming up that we have not talked about yet. But if you wanted to use the Dolphins, I think this is a chance. I think the Dolphins are a very, very good play today, to be honest.
All right. Interesting. The Tennessee Titans are taking on the Cardinals in Arizona. 41.5 is your number. -7.5 there. Pretty decent number for the Cardinals. If you have them, I think you could go with them as well.
Yeah, I think so. Most of the people have used the Cardinals.
And I have as well.
Yeah, I don't think many people have the Cardinals left, and that's probably a good thing. They win this game. I'm pretty sure of that. They're just going to be a little bit better than Tennessee, but it wouldn't surprise me if they lost.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, here's an interesting one. Tampa going out to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. 44.5 is your number there. -3.5 for the Seahawks.
No line movement in that game. We have not had much line movement with the exception of that Denver Eagles game. No survivor at all for me on this game.
No. Pass. All right, the Lions are taking on the Bengals. It's in Cincinnati. Not sure that's going to matter. 49.5 is your number with a big -10.5 for the Lions.
I'll just, in my new survivor pool, my what do they call it? The fifth chance entry or sixth chance entry or whatever it is. I have the Lions as my survivor pick.
All right.
This is one-way traffic all day for me.
Indeed. All right, Washington going out to LA to take on the Chargers. 47.5 is your number here with a -2.5 for the Chargers.
Pass in this game. Very good game.
Yep. All right, Steve, your game tonight, the Bills and the Patriots. It's in Buffalo. 49.5 is the number. -8.5 for the Bills.
Oh, yeah. Take the Bills. That's a lock. Survivor. Take
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and take them.
Yeah. Do us all a favor, New England. All right, let's go. The Chiefs and the Jaguars. This one's in Jacksonville tomorrow evening. 45.5 is your number. -3.5 for the Chiefs. I'm not so sure I agree with that, but no Survivor.
A chance for this to be the funnest Monday night game of the year. We'll see.
Sure.
We'll see. The Chiefs can really bore you out when you expect excitement.
I couldn't agree more, Steve. And I think Jacksonville has every chance to win that game.
Yeah. Oh, it's a coin flip. And this is a coin flip to me. Okay. So my Survivor pick are the Lions, and you have Dave.
I'm going with the Cowboys.
All righty.
Much as I hate to say that, we're going to do it.
I'm going to stick with the Cowboys in the one, although I'm not going to recommend them to anybody. If that makes sense.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's scary.
Okay, let's get to it. First game on the board for us today on the list as we do your full NFL slate. I'll text the Ant-Man here, tell him we're rolling, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. We'll try to wrap this up by 11:45-ish. That might help since we have 4 teams on the bye with the Bears, the Packers, the Falcons, and the Steelers. So 2 less games to talk about already. And then we have the one going on with the Vikings and the Browns. We will live update you as we go. Early second quarter, 7-7 is that game. And the line now, -3.5 for Minnesota still, and 40.5 now is the total. So up 5 points from the opener. All right, Houston and the Baltimore. We just talked about this, how this has been one of the bigger line movers. I'm not exactly sure where Houston opened up, Dave. I think they opened up around 9 points or so, I think I heard. Maybe it was 8.5, maybe it was 9.5. We'll just say 9. If that's the case, this has moved 10.5 points, this line. So this has moved more than even what I just said. The total is 40. Cooper Rush is in at quarterback for the Ravens. All kinds of defensive pieces missing for the Ravens. They still have good players on offense. As far as skill players, I mean, they still have Andrews, likely, Derrick Henry, Justice Hill. David Del Grande likes Justice Hill receive yards today, so that's a good one to note down. As I need to, and then grab your piece of paper and pen, people, so you can take notes as we go through all this here. But I think the Texans, even with their offensive line woes, maybe getting a little bit better. They've been able to create a little bit more out of the backfield. Our guy, Woody Marks, contributing last week on a winning ticket for me. The receiving running back for Houston, who seems to be taking over for Chubb overall. And we have a good matchup here, too. I think Christian Kirk, we talked about this earlier, is facing like a free agent cornerback, number 5 type of player. The experience of Kirk should just be good enough. I think C.J. Stroud slices and dices a little bit today. This could be his best game of the season. I think Marks gets involved. If you want to bet Nico today, I think you're fair game to do that. The Kirk number is going to be interesting as well. Let's see. Christian Kirk is just at 34.5 yards. So I would consider betting something alternate over there, especially if he has a weak matchup. I mean, you have, Cooper Rush can kind of throw the ball a little bit. He's not the greatest. But, I mean, you got some low numbers with Likely at 18.5, Justice Hill 16.5. Let's see. Woody Marks is 17.5 for me. I mean, Derrick Henry 5.5. Quite honestly, DeAndre Hopkins 9.5. I think all these numbers are playable over that I just mentioned. All right, so where there is not much maybe to, like when you look at this game, again, from the textbook angle of just looking at it on the bookshelf, you're like, yeah, it's the Texans. The lines move 10. It's tricky. But, you know, blah, 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 blah. Well, if you just look at the numbers, you almost have to be priced into trying to take advantage of somehow. I mean, you got to have, you know, even 1 or 2 tickets just on this game alone, where you're going to pop up Derrick Henry on his receive yards. You're going to, you know, so Derrick Henry for 20 receive yards is plus 420. You know, so for example, that maybe Isaiah Likely for like 30 yards at plus 200. Okay, right there, you're getting paid 12-1. Let's throw a little Christian Kirk in there at 50 yards at plus 210. Now our $10 is paying $357 or whatever. And let's see, you want to throw like a Mark Andrews even in there because he's so low. I mean, you can just take him for 30 yards at plus 112. So, I mean, if Cooper Rush can throw for 100 yards and spread that between Likely, Andrews, and a little Derrick Henry maybe, and then you throw in a Christian Kirk for 50 yards, I mean, $10 wins 671. So that's a good little example of how we're going to try to do things today on our program. We're trying to invest the minimum to make the maximum. Cooper Rush 179.5, CJ Stroud 210.5. Again, a beautiful day out there. You know, this is taking a page out of Nephew Dave, taking a chance on Gabriel at such good odds. But over 1.5 touchdown passes for Cooper Rush is at 2-1. Good defense for Houston for sure. Over 1.5, Stroud is plus 140. I love that number. That's going to be something I'm going to have to play here. I might put that on my profit boost ticket, to be honest. I feel like this is definitely some attempt at making this passing game right, and guys like Kirk can benefit at the end of the day. Touchdown scores for this game. Let's see. The favorite is Henry, always minus 170. I mean, have I said this before on the show? Derrick Henry should just be an auto play.
Yep.
So don't think. Don't overly think that maybe in some sort of circumstance. Plus 125 for Nico. Woody Marks plus 175. Zay Flowers plus 250. Dalton Schultz plus 280. Let's see. Andrews plus 340. Kirk plus 320. Likely plus 550. Justice Hill 6-1. So there are good numbers to be had. CJ Stroud plus 750. Can Stroud run it today a little bit? Let's look at that number. He's at 15.5. CJ Stroud, if you want to take him up the ladder, 30 yards gets you at plus 350. That seems to be the right at spot for him. If he does decide to run, he typically gets upper 20s, low 30s. So a decent payoff if he'll just go. I don't know if he needs to today. That's the problem.
Right.
I don't know if he's going to get the duress to chase him out of the pocket. 2 touchdown scorers for this game. Henry is at plus 350, so throw that on the ticket. Nico 9-1. Man, I kind of love that, to be honest. Woody Marks 14-1. Zay Flowers 20-1. Dalton Schultz 27-1. Chubb 27-1. Christian Kirk 33-1 against that matchup I just mentioned. Mark Andrews is 33-1. Rashad Bateman 50-1. Isaiah Likely 75-1. Justice Hill 80-1. The team points for Houston, which I would recommend that over as well. Maybe Baltimore doesn't help the over-under, but Houston will do their part. And for Houston to get over 27.5 points today is plus 330. What's not to like about that?
Yeah.
Even in the low 30s, to get over 32.5 points is plus 750. So the more I look at it, the more I like it. I'll rewrite it down. I've already written down before. Nephew Dave, what do you like on this game?
Steve, so I agree with you, man. This seems more of maybe a prop game. I love that Mark Andrews angle. That is definitely going to find its way into the slip here at some point. I'm going to stay away from the money lines here. I feel like this one could really go either way. But here's what I'm going to take a chance on that, maybe we're not looking too much at with Cooper Rush being at the helm. But, I say it every week how it's always Zay Flowers that gets him there, right? You want to take him for a touchdown, plus 250. Sure, you could do that, but he's the guy that gets you there. And then what happens? Maybe it's Andrews. Well, maybe it's Rashad Bateman. Well, who else could it be? It maybe could be DeAndre Hopkins. Don't forget about him. He's got a plus 850 number to score today, anytime touchdown, Steve. And I am starting a touchdown scorers ticket, and he will be starting that. DeAndre Hopkins, give me him anytime touchdown today, plus 850.
Look at that. That's nice. So some good numbers to be had out there all over the place, really, to be honest. Every week we do make a 2-touchdown madness ticket, and we throw a 2-touchdown score on there. We try to take all the long shots or longer shots that kind of make sense. I mean, that's what you got to ask yourself. Can this happen? And if the answer has even a speck of yes, then it's worth taking some of these longer shots. And there's a bunch on this game that we could go with. Ooh. So we'll put this ticket together as we go through the program. Play along if you'd like.
Steve, what about Woody Marks?
I love him, Dave. 14-1. I already have him on a ticket already,
all
I'm
right.
going to stick him there. I'm going to look elsewhere for other prizable fruit that's really going to boost this up here. So we both mentioned Mark Andrews on the Ravens side of things at 33-1. How about let's take Christian Kirk on that favorable matchup?
All right, I love it.
Against the rookie who wasn't even drafted. So I'll take my shot on Christian Kirk.
All right.
Matchup dictates that. They need a second receiver to emerge. That has to be Kirk. It can't be anyone else. No one else is going to step into that role. So it hasn't been Jalen Higgins, I'll tell you that. Although he is 125-1, and that would be a you know what, Dave? Let's throw two guys in here today.
All right.
Both on the same team, Jaden Higgins and Christian Kirk, and that's going to be a little bit of a curveball angle that we'll throw in today.
Yes,
only because that 125-1 on Jaden Higgins can look at DeAndre Hopkins at 125-1 for 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, guys, you got to play even 50 cents on a couple of these guys to score. So, even just 50 cents on the CJ Stroud pays you $50 if he scores twice. You'll get $75 if Hopkins or Higgins does it. Throw on $1. Something.
Right.
$2 is $250. So have some fun with it. You know what, Dave? We'll make some other Jaden Higgins tickets. Let's just throw him off. We'll do something else with him.
All right.
Put him on the side. Let's keep Christian Kirk. We want to get one player from each side here. All right, next game on the board. And the Browns are punting, 8:50 and ticking in the first half. Giants and the Saints. In New Orleans, -1.5, over under 41.5 here. We last saw the Giants. They were crushing my Chargers survivor hopes last week. They looked good on defense. They had Justin Herbert running for his life. Jackson Dart ran in for a touchdown. My boy, the Jewish Nightmare, Josh Nodell, sending me tickets of Aaron Judge home runs and Jackson Dart running touchdowns all over the place last weekend. Congrats to him. And the Saints have this misnomer a little bit of being a bad team, and yes, their record says it. But didn't they make the wagerers happy up there in Buffalo last week on the road in a tough situation back to back? Now they get to come home. They get some help. We get a little bit of Foster Moreau back. We get some Taysom Hill back today. How about that? Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Enters the conversation. And Jackson Dart's going to have to do it on the road. The good thing is half the stadium, my guess, will be New York Giant fans. So the cheap tickets for the bad Saints team, and here come the Giant fans to take over. And when I say over, I mean over, because I think over 41.5 actually is a good play in this game today. That's a nice, cheap, low number. Trying to pop it through the roof. This is one that could just be one of those wacky 35-25 games, Dave.
I couldn't agree more.
Something like that. Jackson Dart throwing the ball all over the place. Okay, Taysom Hill running. Maybe even an entertaining game as well. Minus 130 for Scatterbo. Kamara, even money. Olave, 2-1. I mean, you can see him. I could see him getting into the end zone. Radler has been playing better with confidence, making some plays as well. So give him a little bit of credit, please, out there. Jackson Dart plus 220 for a touchdown. Taysom Hill plus 230 for a touchdown. Wan'Dale Robinson plus 250. Shaheed plus 280. Theo Johnson plus 430. Darius Slayton on my survivor bench after all my players are devastated at plus 320. Kendre Miller scored last week 5-1. So some interesting numbers here. Foster Moreau, how about that? 12-1 for Foster Moreau. I'm going to write him down because he's going to have to go into some sort of El Cheapo long shot ticket. Devon Villay, too, is at 22-1. They traded for him. I mean, at some point, Villay has to come through and get a touchdown. 22-1. If you're going to give, he's not going to go through the whole season and not get one down.
Right.
So you're priced in automatically right now, considering there's only 12 weeks left. You know, I mean, you can't lose if you put $10 on it a week, and then you're going to get that price. As long as he gets one, you're going to
absolutely, yeah. It's going to.
You don't think he won't get one at some point? Mason Tipton 27-1. So even some interesting numbers on this game, which they're projecting to be a lower scoring game. And I get it. You look at it, you're like, yeah, Giants, yeah, Saints. Yeah. But the Saints 3-1 to the over, and Jackson Dart's coming in on a mission. So Saints with points at home, Giants points on the road here. Let's see, receiving yards. Who are the low guys here? Taysom Hill, 9.5 receive yards. Huh.
Yep, throw that in there.
Jalen Hyatt, 9.5. Theo Johnson, we're no neighbors. So some of these guys are going to have to step up like a Jalen Hyatt. I mean, they are some really good low-hanger number of chances this week. Jalen Hyatt over 9.5. Theo Johnson, 24.5. Scatterbo is at 16.5. Kamara is at 17.5. You can't bet those both over. Juwan Johnson, 32.5. Olave is the favorite at 56.5. Passing props. Radler, 208.5. Jackson Dart, 172.5. What? Dave Delgrande loves the rushing number on Jackson Dart as well. 34.5. He loves that over. He thinks that's one of the best plays on the board. So if you think there are points, you have some really, really low numbers, especially with some of these receivers that you can pounce on pretty good here. Let's see, 2 touchdown scores. And I'm going to look at the Giants team points as well. Scatterbo for 2 is plus 480, plus 650 for Kamara. Olave 17-1. Taysom Hill 19-1. Find him somewhere on the ticket. Jackson Dart 20-1. Wan'Dale Robinson 25-1. Juwan Johnson 30-1. Slayton 30-1. Shaheed 27-1. Theo Johnson at 50-1 is a great number today for 2 touchdowns. In fact, we should probably just put him on the madness. You want to, Nephew Dave?
Yeah, we can. Yep.
Because that ticket's already paying out huge. Kendre Miller 55-1. Singletary 70-1. Cooks is at 100-1. Radler is at 100-1. Do you want to throw Taysom Hill on here too?
We can, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. At least for one anyway. But yeah, in madness, yeah.
That's a semi-ringer type of role for him. Those 3 guys for a touchdown, Theo Johnson, Taysom Hill, and Christian Kirk for 2 touchdowns. $1 pays $18,000 right now just for that. So I love it. If it's going to be a higher scoring game, let's just try to take advantage and try to hit some of these low numbers. Let's see if we can pull it off. The Giants over team points, over 30.5 is at plus 560. Over 27.5 plus 340. So even just the last two games we talked about here with the Giants and the Texans here, that's not the worst parlay if you think they can both score some points today. Nephew Dave, your thoughts here?
And I think we do see some points. You know, we've seen, you made a good point where, it's just the Giants and the Saints, but we've seen them capable of scoring points. So I think that's a real possibility today, Steve. I love the low hangers here. What I'm going to do is I like both of these teams, whether it be Jackson Dart or Scatabo over there on the Giants side with Alvin Kamara there over on the other side. I'm going to take both teams in a game prop today. Both teams for a rushing touchdown at plus 170. I really like that. Like I said, there's personnel to do that, and I don't see any reason why both of these teams can't score rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good call. If you find like 4 games like that, each team to get a rushing touchdown,
I'm going to do something like that.
Then you're going to come out with a nice little payday here at the end of the day. So I think that's a very worthwhile way to do things here. I think the Giants win 37-25. Sounds like a Giant-Saint final score to me. So we'll go with it. All right. This says blowout special written all over it to me. And that is Miami and Carolina. What I saw from Carolina against New England was not very good. And that's the kind of Carolina that I've kind of come to know here just, not recently.
Yeah.
Not just in the last week or so, but for a long, 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 long time. All right. This has been a team that has been in despair. They show you some flashes, and then they kind of step right back into their cubby hole of disgustingness. Meanwhile, the Dolphins, who lost Tyreek Hill, who snapped his leg in half on national TV, as I texted the guys, I said, yep, that's a broken leg.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
If you're watching, it was dangling in half at a 90-degree angle. I was like, that looks more like that doesn't look like a dislocated knee to me.
Not
that
at
looks
all.
like a destroyed leg. So no Tyreek, and they'll have to live without him. You probably just figure he may even be done for his career. I mean, that's going to be a bad injury to come back from. Older player, even by the time he comes back, it's probably for a new team giving him one last shot. So I think the Dolphins look forward. They probably where Tyreek is a distraction a lot of times too. Now they can kind of put this all aside, try to play football, try to gain momentum. They get a nice win over the Jets. What better way to follow up with Jets than have a short trip up to North Carolina on a nice, beautiful day like today where the weather is going to be perfect and play the Panthers because at the end of the day, we have better athletes like Waddle. We have a 6'6" guy in Waller now. We have Devin Achane who can run all over you. And as long as Tua's smart with the ball, I see no reason why the Dolphins can't win this game and maybe even win it somewhat handily. Even with their quote-unquote horrible defense, their horrible defense has shown signs of decent life here. They did get bludgeoned by the Jets in the run game, but made plays when they had to and kind of tightened things up a little bit, almost in a bend but don't break style, in which they did kind of like that to Buffalo. I mean, if you hold Buffalo to 31 points, that's kind of doing a good job, to be honest, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like them, certainly.
Yeah. I think the whole Carolina to the mid-teens at worst, because that's all Carolina can give you anyway. Maybe Carolina gets into the low 20s. But if that's the case, then turns into the shootout. And I think that's the game Miami wants to play anyway. So give me Miami in a probably a higher scoring game as well. I think the Miami team points is a great way to approach us if you don't want to take them on an alt line. But if you want to take them on an alt line, feel free to do so. And if you want to look at the, I'll give you both the numbers. How about that? Let's see. I see the alt line first. So Miami to win. I mean, they can't win 35-21 or something, or 34-20 or 31-17, right? So Miami to win, because we always give ourselves the extra point F up. All right. Miami to win by 12.5 points today is at plus 520.
I really like that.
So even here with like the team points, we already talked about the Texans and the Giants. Here's one you can add on to your round robin ticket with the Dolphins and their alternate total point today for them. We use 27.5 as the baseline already. They're plus 250 for over 27.5. That's for actually, that is playable. And what I would do is this: if you're going to play Texans, Giants, and Dolphins all over 27.5, and find one more team we can probably throw on this ticket as well, over 27.5. Not only are you probably going to hit that, I think, but you better popcorn it, Dave, because where you can get 27, you can certainly get 31 or even 34. So popcorn it up and put a little bit smaller number of in terms of how much you want to invest. But you get 4-1 on over 30.5 points, and over 33.5 points is at plus 630. So Texans, Giants, Dolphins, as confident as can be in week 5, there are your points. I will take my chances doing that against teams. All teams motivated to pass today against a destroyed Baltimore defense, the lowly All Saints defense who play over games nonstop, and the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
Simple as that, people. Definitely, Dave, your thoughts on
Yeah, it is probably quite literally that simple, Steve. Miami should be able to handle this one. Really, the only kind of bright spot for the Panthers, it seems, is McMillan. He's at least helping me out fantasy-wise. He gets his points. But other than that, you got to think Jalen Waddle is going to be the guy for Miami now. He has great speed. He's capable of stepping up in the number 1 there for Hill while he's gone. So give me a Jalen Waddle touchdown today. You might even could put him in for 2 if the Dolphins are going to score a bunch of points here. Move the spread definitely for the Dolphins. Steve, I like the 12.5. I think you could land anywhere between 6.5 to 12.5 and kind of call your own number in that regard. But I like the Dolphins today. I think the spread is just too low. You mentioned this is another spot for them to kind of get themselves back in the mix a little bit at 2 and 3 if they can win this game today. And they have all the arsenal enough to do it. So I feel pretty confident that Miami can kind of ride last week's win into another, bad Carolina team here. And again, kind of get themselves back in the mix, Steve. But give me Jalen Waddle today as the focal point.
Yeah, he's going to look for him. And guys like Malik Washington are going to step in.
Yep.
But doesn't this make the role bigger now, too, for our boy Nick Westbrook-Ikhine?
We could finally maybe start to see him a little bit now.
Right. Let's take a shot on Nick Westbrook-Ikhine on this crazy 2-touchdown madness today.
All right.
Why not? Because that's going to blow these odds up through the roof. That's going to keep our investment down. 2 touchdowns for him is 60-1. Tommy Trimble, 50-1. Trevor Etienne, 50-1. Bryce Young, 55-1. Leggett, 40-1. Malik Washington, 35-1. As this game has turned into a dud fest after those 2 quick scores, 7-7, 3:20 left in the half. Minnesota, the 3rd and 9 deep in their own territory. Hunter Renfrow at 35-1. McMillan, 12-1. Ollie Gordon is someone at 27-1 makes sense to take better than Ikhine on a 2-touchdown ticket, to be honest. But maybe you just play him with some other guys who are likely to get 2 touchdowns. because he's going to beef up that number. Make him the long shot on your running back ticket,
Yep.
with Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry. Okay. Guys, Scatterbo, you can throw on that ticket probably. Waller's 33-1. Find him on a ticket somewhere, which I've done already. Waddle 11-1. He'd be a great guy for a 2-touchdown ticket, and Achane always is too.
Yep.
I mean, you have plenty of options here on the Dolphins' behalf, I think. And when you kind of look at it that way, that tells you think there are going to be points. So, crazy. Let's get crazy and throw Keeney on this ticket. I get it. We have Theo Johnson, Taysom Hill, Christian Kirk, and Nick Westbrook-Ikine on this long shot ticket. Okay. If it hits, though, Dave, we're going to be very happy.
Yes, we are going home happy.
All right. Anything else here for you?
No, I don't think so.
Let's see. Low-hanging passing numbers. Let's just make sure we got that. Akine's 19.5. Trimble's 26.5. Malik Washington at 25.5. I think you can definitely go over that.
Yeah, that's a really low one there.
For a receiver, gets a lot of targets, right? And even Ikine at 19.5 kind of seems a little light. So I'll jot down those two guys, and I will move forward. Passing prop wise, Young's 211.5, Tua 218.5, and you're gonna get good number on Tua for 3 touchdowns today, plus 360. So if you do your quarterbacks for 3 touchdowns today, we already mentioned some higher scoring games. There you go. Bryce Young is at plus 124 for 2, plus 450 for 3. Okay, next game. Moving right along. We're in Indianapolis. We're at the players' entrance of Lucas Oil Stadium. It says, please check your defenses in. With the Raiders and the Colts, -7 for the Colts. 47.5 for this game. Nephew Dave, I'll just start with you right off the top. What do you like in this game? What's sticking out to you here?
Yeah, Steve, I just don't see a scenario with how the Colts are playing right now. Now they're back home. The Raiders defense may be in some trouble here. I would love the Indy team points today. You can go with any number of guys here. Jonathan Taylor, he is in my 2 touchdown ticket, which we'll go over at the end as we always do. Daniel Jones is live today. I had him, I think for rushing, he's 170 to score. I could see that within the red zone. Who else? Michael Pittman Jr., I would expect him to have a good day too. He's plus 155. I do have him in an anytime touchdown ticket. So I like him to get in, Steve. And I think you can just kind of go the way you want to here with some of the Colts props. I really think the Raiders defense is going to struggle yet again today against the Colts team, who has seemed to found a little magic and some good momentum. So, Steve, give me the Colts in any way you want to do it if you're playing it by the props.
All right. Let's see here. Touchdowns today. Taylor -250. Genty -115. Pittman plus 155. Daniel Jones plus 165. Ty Warren plus 160. Myers plus 165. Trey Tucker, who got 3 touchdowns in the game, plus 220. Josh Downs plus 280. Donnie Mitchell's been in the end zone recently, plus 470 for him. Dante Thomas Jr. plus 430. Ashton Dolan for the Colts plus 470. It looks like our guy's still hurt, right? Alec Pierce. Nothing for him up here on this game.
No, I don't have him either.
Here's a Mo Alley Cox sighting at 12-1. 2 touchdowns for this game. And we'll throw our madness guy in here right off the bat. I have a feeling we need to kind of take a flyer in this guy. I'll tell you in a second. 220 Taylor, plus 550 for Genty. Pittman is at 12-1. Daniel Jones 12-1. Ty Warren is at 13-1. Jacoby Myers 13-1. Trey Tucker 20-1. Josh Downs 27-1. Dante Thomas Jr. is at 50-1. Donnie Mitchell is at 60-1. Colts defense 80-1. I think this is somewhat one-way traffic. Their Raiders are stuck on the round. Geno's arm is toast. He throws picks. Genty's their only hope. They're trying to ride him into the ground. At the end of the day, it's just not a good game plan. I think even Pete Carroll's old age, and God bless him, this Colts guy Steichen here is pretty good at what he does. So the Colts are just well coached to me. That's why I think they probably win and cover with ease. I'm not going to take them on some super point line like the other teams I like, because I think they could just run the ball to death at the end of the day if they have to themselves. Taylor, I think, probably does get his 2 touchdowns. So throw him on there. He's at plus 220. I mean, that almost sounds like a layup. Dave Delgrandy likes Genty for his 2. So, yeah, I mean, if the Raiders score twice, it's probably Genty anyway. This game just sounds like, to me, it's like 28-14 or something like that. You know?
Right.
So give me the Colts here. 2 touchdown madness wise, Dave, unless you have someone die hard. I think you either got to give it to Warren or just take Pittman since they're the same number, because he seems like Pittman, at least Daniel Jones. So what do you think?
Steve, I was playing around with that. I think we could take either because I have both of them for 1. I just finished up that ticket. Tyler Warren was the 4th man in that parlay at plus 160, but they're both 11-1 for me. So Steve, let's go with Pittman then.
All right. I kind of like that. I have a feeling it could just be the Pittman show again.
Right.
And if we get him home for twice, then, I mean, all we need is one of these other guys at a big number to hit, and that's going to hit our 2s. So let's just go with him. We'll probably find another favorite down the road here as a semi-favorite on Pittman to get in the end zone today. Passing-wise, to me, Jones 231.5, 226.5 for Geno. I'll pass on both of those. The passing touchdowns for Jones is at plus 350 for 3. Geno is at plus 490 for 3. No thank you on both of those. Low-hanging receive numbers. Genty, 16.5. Yeah, take that over. Jonathan Taylor, 16.5. Yeah, take that over. I don't think we have any quote-unquote low hangers besides that, though.
Not really.
Downs is 36.5. So that's probably somewhat maybe low because he could end up having a big game. Trey Tucker's 52.5. Warren is 60.5. If you want to keep it simple in this game, I think you just take Taylor for his 2. If you're doing a 2 touchdown ticket, a favorite, and call it a day, to be honest. But I think the Colts cover the spread, and we'll throw Pittman in our 2 touchdown madness.
I like it.
Not a super confident play, but it just seems like this. I mean, I just don't see how the Raiders win this game.
I don't see how they really hang around either.
I mean, Geno's just not that good. Yeah. Defense can get trampled like you guys trampled them.
Yeah, I mean, and the way the Colts are playing, they're a bit of surprise anyway this year. At least for me, they have a great start. I don't see a spot in which the Raiders, it's just not a good spot for them.
All right, we're tearing through this 1 o'clock window, which is fun. We got 2 more games. The first of which, both of these games could be good. Philadelphia and Denver, minus 4.5 for the Eagles, 44.5. Our biggest line mover of the morning. I think we definitely get points here. It's a nice day. Both these teams have good defenses, so if they rise up and it's a lower scoring game, that's not going to shock me. But I think there's enough offense on both sides because I like Courtland Sutton. I don't like how Denver called the dogs off on the Bengals. They needed to use that second half as more practice to be good. So shame on them a little bit.
Right.
And the Eagles haven't thrown to their receivers or gotten Barkley involved and somehow win football games. So shame on them a little bit as well. That kind of hesitates me on the super over game, but I can see how we would get there because generally when you have good team versus good team, these games go over. Barkley's minus 150 for 1. Hurts minus 150 for 1. Hurts is just an auto play for me for 2. He's going to be every week. Dobbins plus 170 for 1. Cortland Sutton plus 190 for 1. Sutton's an auto play for me for 1.
Absolutely.
Brown is at 2-1. Devontae Smith is plus 270. Troy Franklin, who I love to death, drops too many balls, but man, he always has low numbers, plus 280. How do you not love RJ Harvey at plus 330 for a touchdown? Dallas Goedert plus 360. Mims Jr., who I had for 2 last week at a big payout, is at plus 430. Evan Ingram, he runs back punts too and kicks. So that gives Mims Jr. extra chances for 2 touchdowns just on special teams. Evan Ingram plus 450, Nick plus 470. Let's see. Going all the way down to 2 touchdowns for this game. Bet Barkley plus 430, Hurts plus 430, Dobbins plus 1,300, Cortland Sutton plus 1,600, A.J. Brown 18-1, Devontae Smith 27-1, Troy Franklin 27-1, Harvey 33-1, Goddard 40-1, Marvin Mims Jr. 50-1, Ingram 55-1, 60-1 for Knicks. Denver defense is at 80-1. Philly defense is at 80-1. The team points here, and interesting because let's see if I can find it on the quick scroll. I don't doubt Denver could win this game. I'll say that first off.
Sure.
Alt line, and kind of how the Rams were up double digits against the Eagles, and I had the Rams alt line. I would maybe take the same shot with Denver on a ticket just because you're priced in. Were the Eagles win this game because of I do that? Yeah, probably. But I think just at the price at plus 600 at minus 9.5 or plus 560 at minus 8.5, I mean, they could win. Even minus 2.5 at plus 215. But in that case, just give me the money line. But they can win by a couple of scores here. I mean, you get almost 9-1 for minus 12.5. 16 seconds left in the first half. Minnesota 7 and Cleveland 7. And I don't think we're getting a score either.
They're trying to. We got one more down here, maybe.
Oh, they're in the red zone, Cleveland.
Yeah,
I thought Minnesota had the ball. Okay. I'm definitely not paying attention to this game. I'm definitely focusing on the show, which is good.
Yes.
We don't
We haven't missed much, that's for sure.
But I will do a little play-by-play. I don't know if this is legally allowed or not. But Dylan Gabriel back into the shotgun. I did play-by-play high school football, Dave. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah. I had one of the great calls of all time in which First Colonial played Green Run, right? And First Colonial ran back 2 kickoffs for touchdowns in that game. The opening kickoff, and when Green Run finally scored in the second half, because it was 7-0 until the second half, Green Run missed their extra point. So it was 7-6 kickoff, and it was 14-6 First Colonial. Green Run came all the way back, got a touchdown, down 14-12, did not make the 2-point conversion.
Oh.
So down 14-12, and here's Gabriel. Was that a false
That
start?
could have easily been a false start.
I think
it was.
Yep. Okay. So down 14-12, Green Run, not getting the 2-point conversion, stopped First Colonial 3 and out, and got the punt. And at that point, because it was a late game and we had a late start because the stadium lights went off for 30 minutes, I was the only game left on. So it was an exciting ending, and he kept it there for the play-by-play for the final couple of minutes.
Nice.
And Green Run received a punt, and here I'll give the play-by-play here in a second. As Gabriel on 3rd and goal will surely throw like a 3-yard pass
Definitely,
to kick an easy field goal, right? Or he'll just try to run it up. Nope, to the end zone.
Oh, that was
out
bad.
the back of the end zone, and we will have 4th down in the field goal attempt. So the punt by First Colonial comes up to the 50. He catches it, runs near the sideline, runs near the near sideline. I'm trying to think of the play in my head how it went. So the kid catches the punt, runs left towards the close sideline, runs it up the sideline, cuts it in and out of defenders or players. So he weaved in and out, and then broke it all the way back across the field the other way. And he's running kind of like this big arc from like the 30-yard line, trying to get in from the close 30 all the way to the far boundary, out of bounds pylon. And you see all the white jerseys kind of chasing him, trying to cut off the angle. So this big arching run, players in pursuit, as they dive to the goal line, and there's just bodies scattered everywhere at the corner of the goal line on top of this kid. And you had to wait for the referee's anticipation, and he threw his arms up, touchdown.
Nice.
And they gave it to him. I went through the whole wheeling and dealing down the sideline, cuts back,
Calling the plays, calling the shots.
running for the corner, dives, touchdown. So a lot of fun there. Okay, 2 touchdown scorers in this game, and that's a toss-up game for me, but you're priced in on the Broncos as a dog today, people, is what I'm trying to say. Receiving numbers. Dobbins 3.5 is way too light. Jahan Dotson at 7.5 is way too light. Harvey at 11.5 is way too light. Saquon Barkley at 17.5 is way too light. Ingram's been getting involved. He's at 21.5. Mims Jr. 27.5. Goddard 32.5. Troy Franklin 39.5. AJ Brown still your favorite 60.5. Cortland Sutton just at 55.5 is no big deal. We got to look at both of these quarterbacks' rushing yards. Nick's is 21.5. Hurts 38.5. Nick's not running as much.
No, not as much as we'd like.
Yeah, Nick's not running as much. So maybe this is the rush game. You can look at it that way or take the week off. I kind of laid off of him anyway. So I tend to want to just maybe stay away.
Yeah.
The popular section of this menu has our alt lines for the team points. I have tickets for both to get into the 30s. The Eagles over 30.5 is plus 280. See, the other teams are just paying better.
Right.
Denver over 27.5, plus 360. That's not the worst. If you ask me if Denver can score 28 on the Philly defense, my answer is yes. So your thoughts on this game, Dave?
So Steve, this is this should be a good game. It's nice that we have this one at 1:00. But Steve, here's what I'm going to do with this one. We know the Eagles can do it. I think that Denver is capable of doing it as well. In my notes, we're building a ticket for the game prop. And I think each team scores a rushing touchdown in this game as well. Getting a plus number, not as good as the last one, but that's going to get the parlay rolling a little bit. So, it's Hurts, Barkley, maybe Nix somewhere in the red zone, although, we just talked about how he's not doing it as much. I think the capability is there anyway if they're close and he has to make something happen. But I think the keys are there for both teams to have a rushing touchdown in this one, Steve. So that is going to be where I land in this one, focusing a little bit more on the game prop itself than the players. But there's potential out there for really anything you want to do. It's kind of the usual suspects for the Eagles. So give me each team for a rushing touchdown today.
There you go. Put that on the list. We haven't come up with our interception list yet of players. Let's see here. Anyone that we've talked about, we want to throw on an interception list. I think we can throw on Cooper Rush.
Yeah, let's do that.
He would be one. I think you throw on Radler still.
Yep, got him.
Geno Smith.
That one should almost be automatic. All right, we got that one.
I'm good with those so far.
All right.
Don't trust the Dolphins defense to intercept Bryce Young quite. So we'll leave that off the list. All right, let's see here. 10-7, Browns and Vikings. We needed a 2-touchdown score from this game. So when we look at this, we have multiple options. So we might as well take someone who's a longer shot again. And let's do it. Let's take my man Marvin Mims Jr., 50-1. You good with that?
I'm good with it.
So now we have altogether 6 players. And that's 16 different 3-game parlays. And even at 25 cents, which is a $4 ticket right now, the average payout is about $11,000 if we can get 3 of these guys.
I like it.
All right, Dallas and the Jets, -1.5, 48.5. Now this over-under is up this morning as well. So this one is climbing probably because of this program. The Cowboys and the Jets should be one of the higher scoring games of the day. 1, because Dallas plays like that anyway. 2, because their defense is so bad. That makes it even a 10 time, you talk about the multiplier in a casino, video poker game.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The Dallas defense is a multiplier of badness as far as points being allowed. And the Jets defense isn't going to be much better, to be honest. So these guys can get this many points probably in their sleep today. I love me some Breece Hall. You can probably find some Dallas guys down the board to get 2 touchdowns. But Javonte Williams is plus 460. If you want a ringer, we take it from this game probably. That would be Williams or Breece Hall.
Yeah.
At 6-1. Pickens is 8-1. Justin Fields plus 850. Garrett Wilson is 10-1. Jake Ferguson 13-1. Jalen Tolbert 22-1. Mason Taylor, I heard a good case for him this week. 45-1. Josh Reynolds 50-1. Jaden Blue 55-1. He's done nothing. Flournoy has kind of come out of nowhere at 60-1. Let's see. So I think plenty of points here in this game. Del Grande said it best. You look like Dallas can win this game, but the Jets have to be in that locker room talking to themselves. Look, that team's beat up. We're not beat up. We're healthy. We do play with a kind of a physical brand of a running game. You know what? We have Breece Hall. We can throw it to you out in the flats. They won't be able to get you. Garrett Wilson, we probably send you deep a few times, and they probably won't be able to cover you. All right, here's our little sneaky tight end, Mason, that they have no idea about. We'll kind of drop him into the lower zone, and there you go. And by the way, I'm Justin Fields. I can just run the ball at any given time, and I don't run out of bounds. I run up the field. So that's how the Jets score their points. They are top 5 in as terms as playing over-unders this year. I gave Del Grande credit on that. When we talked about the Jets preseason, kind of snarked at them a little, Dave, if you remember that. But here they are. They're playing some higher scoring games, and there's nothing like Dallas to make this completely combustible. The combination of Fields and the Dallas defense just alone, and the fact that Dak has been playing decent. Dak has been throwing the ball. You are throwing the proverbial pop rocks into the soda bottle, per se, and shaking that thing up. We're bound to explode with all kinds of points in this game. It's a beautiful day up there, though it should be a decent amount of Cowboy fans up there as well, considering the Jets' record. So it is a full green light for almost anything you want to do, I think. The baseline for Fields is 187.5, 241.5. For Dak Prescott, the passing touchdowns, if you want to do some over 1.5 guys today, Dak's on there minus 134. Even Fields at plus 140 is a nice attainable number considering the competition he's going against. Find your 5 good quarterbacks at a nice plus money price today, people, and take over 1.5 touchdowns. I think Fields, even at that number, you can take it, shot on him for that. Is there an interception guy in this game? Honestly, Dave, either one of them could throw an interception.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
the defenses are so bad. They, it would like hit one defensive player in the helmet and pop up to another guy to catch the ball on the. Doesn't that sound perfect? The low throw into the face mask, pop up, and then the linebacker has nothing to do with the play, catches the ball on the ricochet.
I think if we're going to take one, though, Steve, I think it's Fields.
Right. I agree. Let's see. That being said here, I just go with the points. I think more so than anything, if you want to take both of these over on their team points individually, I'm not going to complain about it. I think Dallas probably scores theirs more so confidently than the Jets, I would say. But the Jets are hungry for a win, and Dallas is almost ripe for the picking almost every week to give up a win. 27.5 points for Dallas is only at plus 158. So you need to climb into the 30s for a nice plus 300 payout. The Jets, if you think they can get to 28, which they did the 1 year, right? Or against Rodgers and the Steelers, they did.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 190 for them to get over their point total today. So have fun, people. Take some Breece Hall. I mean, he's one of my favorite plays on the board today. He's just 25.5 for his receive yards. I feel like that's a slap in the face. Ferguson could go off today, 49.5 for him. The low hanger would be Florney, who Del Grande likes, just 18.5 for him. So I'll jot him down as well. I feel like most of the stuff we've talked about I kind of like already. Javonte Williams, 16.5. I mean, you're getting some low receive numbers here. And then rushing-wise, Fields is always up there, 51.5 for him. Javonte Williams, 66.5. Breece Hall, 69.5. If you want to do 2 touchdowns for Williams, 2 touchdowns for Breece Hall, by all means do it. It's plus 460 for Williams, 6-1 for Hall, 8-1 for Pickens, 13-1 for Ferguson. I think his yards, he could get 1 million yards receiving today out of tight end. I think Garrett Wilson, 10-1, Fields plus 850, Tolbert 22-1, Mason Taylor 45-1, Josh Reynolds 50-1. A lot of points here today. I think we have the Ant-Man ready to tune on in as well. Do you share the same thought here? Antonio Banderas Jr., Mr. Thursday Night, 5-0, that the Jets and Cowboys are going to score a ton today.
I sure hope so. I got Justin Fields in almost every fantasy league today. So I'm really hoping he pulls it out today. And against Dallas Cowboys, who gave up 40 points against Green Bay Sunday night. I'm hoping for fireworks. I just looked at the weather. No wind. Nice sunny day, 80 degrees.
It's beautiful everywhere. There's no weather anywhere. Nothing.
Let's go. I was listening to everything you were saying. Fun stat about Jake Ferguson. He has 34 receptions this year, most receptions of all tight ends through 4 games.
I have him for 70 yards on a ticket somewhere already. So yeah. I'm covered in that regard. Give me a couple props, Anthony. Well, I mean, we know what you like. But give us a bet here. You're red hot. You're on fire. Everyone wants to tag Mr. Thursday Night here on this Dallas Jets game.
Well, I'm not betting Fields because I have him in fantasy. But with Breece Hall, what's his receiving prop?
Oh, yeah, 25.5, and then the big payouts, 40, 50, all that. Yep.
Oh, I would hit 40 or 50. Breece Hall has had 30 or more receiving yards in 3 or 4 games, and Dallas ranks the bottom 5 against receiving backs.
Yeah. Yes. I think this is a common theme for today. Is running back receive the matchup set up perfectly for this kind of thing to happen today.
They gave up 71 receiving yards to Josh Jacobs and 37 yards to Emmanuel Wilson. I think that's their I think that's their second string running back. Or is it Chris? I mean, they even gave up a yard to Chris Brooks. I don't even know who that is, but I know he's a running back for Green Bay. I'm firing Breece Hall. Have you spoken about that your way thing yet?
Yes, a little bit. It's dangerous, people. If you look up on your sports gambling app, the one we have used, FanDuel, there's a your way, and I think some of these guys have it, where basically you have your player and you can toggle him until a unknown degree of numbers for the most part. But I think, for example, Anthony took Mr. Tutu Atwell for over 70 yards and got like 13-1. So
no. 31-1.
Yeah, 31-1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even better. So
and all it takes is that one bomb.
Right. So toggle Breece Hall through the roof if you wanted to. This is a good opportunity today for him to do that. He's good enough to throw on our 2-touchdown ticket for the absolute ringer of the day. To me, Nephew Dave.
All right, yeah, we'll go with that.
What do you like in this game?
So Steve, yeah, I get it. I think the total might be a little bit too low. I think we do see some fireworks that we're hoping to see. I just, the Jets, yes, they are hungry for a win, but man, they just shoot themselves in the foot repeatedly. I mean, every opportunity they get, they squander it away somehow. Penalties, I mean, you name it. It's just not what good football teams do. Not that Dallas is good either. They gave up 40 to the Packers, but you know what? They also scored 40 as well. And I like the Packers defense a whole hell of a lot more than I like the Jets defense. So they are a prime candidate to get their number today too. I just like the Cowboys a little bit more. Just because of how the Jets have been playing and what they do to them. So they beat themselves. So they're a candidate to take themselves right out of this game.
Right.
So I like the Cowboys in that regard. Dak has been playing, really well, even in the absence of CeeDee Lamb, and he's trying to make things happen, and he's doing a pretty good job of it so far this year. So I like the quarterback play from him. I think that's a little bit of advantage Cowboys as well. But, yeah, you can do whatever you want. You look at all the names on this list. They're probably all getting involved in some regard today. But I like Dallas to get it done in a close one on the road.
All right. If we throw these players together on our Touchdown Madness ticket, Christian Kirk, Theo Johnson, Taysom Hill, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Michael Pittman Jr., Marvin Mims Jr., and Breece Hall. And we do it for, let's see, we're trying to keep the cost down a little bit here. Let's just put 25 cents in, which is $7.50. Our average payout will be 30 bets totaling $203,000 for an average size winner of about $6,700 on the average if we get 3. If we do it with the 2-game parlays, this is now a $12.50 bet, and we'll get but $250 on the average if we get 2. So these players, again, if you're just tuning in, Christian Kirk, Theo Johnson, Taysom Hill, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Michael Pittman, Marvin Mims Jr., and Breece Hall. We have 2 guys from one game, correct? We have, we have Theo Johnson and Taysom Hill. All right, so that will be 2 Touchdown Madness for 1 o'clock. What do you think about that?
I like it.
Let me go ahead and take a screenshot of that because I need to do the old bet on the phone, Dave. Because
did the browser change not work for you?
As far as logging in and putting money down, yes.
Okay.
It didn't tell you until you bet it. It let you go through all the steps.
That sucks. I changed
at the very end. It said the location.
We'll change the browser up over here, and we're good to go.
Yeah. I'm not sure why. All right, Anthony. Anything else on the 1 o'clock games from you? What are maybe 2 or 3 of your best bets of all the games we did that you weren't around for from 1 o'clock? Like, what are your surefires you got going on?
Oh, what are we looking at?
Second half now, Vikings Browns underway.
Second half, by the way, I'm gonna kind of regret this, but I used my 30% boost on Jalen Naylor and Isaiah Bond because I knew I wasn't going to use it any other time. I have a couple touchdown scores with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison mixed with a few guys. But do you guys know that Jordan Addison got benched in the first quarter?
No,
He didn't have a snap. Like Jordan Mason fumbled it, and they benched him for like the next 2 drives. They actually benched him. I just read a report, coach's decision. So what the hell is Addison doing? He just got suspended for the first 3 games, comes back, now he's suspended for the first quarter. What the hell's going on in Minnesota? Maybe they should just come back to the U.S.
I think so.
I'm looking at a couple of bets that I've already made so far. I have, in a couple touchdown madnesses. I got Troy Franklin. I got Garrett Wilson to score twice. Do you guys know that Taysom Hill's back?
Yep,
we did. Yep,
all over it.
As if any Alvin Kamara owner wasn't already not necessarily miserable enough this year, but just a little disappointed. He's been doing okay, but for investing him in the 3rd, 4th round, and with Keandre Walker or what's his
Kendre Miller.
Yeah, Kendre Miller. And then, Taysom Hill's back. So how was it? Taysom Hill for 2, and I paired him with Woody Marks to score twice as well. And I know we haven't gotten to the 4 o'clock game, Steve. I know you have your backstory, and now we're all over narrative street with the David Montgomery stuff. But I actually threw a 3 touchdown for 2 guys, Saquon Barkley and David Montgomery. And you said you've covered all the 1 o'clocks, right?
Yep.
Brock Bowers probably isn't playing. It hasn't been official yet, but Michael Mayer's not coming back from his concussion. Brock Bowers is more than likely out. Geno Smith sucks unless he's throwing bombs to Trey.
Oh, yeah. I like the Colts even better in that all line there. Yep.
I threw a random tight end parlay. Ian Thomas is involved with the Raiders. Me and my brother were chatting about this. We went with a long shot guy parlay. The Giants and the Saints, going back to this game, do you guys know that the Giants haven't won 2 straight games in 2 years?
Nah, that I did not know, but that makes sense.
That makes sense. I mean, it's lucky enough that they won 1 game, but yeah, 2 in a row. That'll be a winning streak if they win in New Orleans today. But I think Dable's job, I don't think it's on the line, but he's definitely on the hot seat. So I'm hoping for a strong performance from Dart. No Malik Neighbors, of course, the rest of the year. I just wasted about 40% of my fab on Darius Slayton, so fingers crossed there. With the Colts game, so this is my 4-teamer. Long shots. I'm going back to the well with the Donnie Mitchell. The dumbass decided to do what other NFL guys do when they decide to celebrate too early. Drop the ball right before the end zone. So hopefully he has a nice little comeback.
Oh, yeah, he did do that. He did the Sean Jackson maneuver.
Yeah, he is.
Sean Jackson's done that 3 times in his career, at least. I think 4. Once in high school, once in college, and twice in the pros.
And he probably did it in the backyard this morning, so he's not done yet. Now, I did read a report that said Donnie Mitchell's going to be on a limited snap count. So if you're looking at a real down deep in the well, I believe his name's Austin Dolan. If you're really looking to get a nitty-gritty with a touchdown prop for the Colts, Dolan. But I went with Mitchell because I bet this before that news came out. But anyway, Mitchell, Darius Slayton, and I said Dallas Goedert in there. And Dave, just because of your Washington Commanders, McCaffrey has been on a tear, even though he's only maybe caught like 2 balls. But all I need is 1.
That's right.
That's one of my plays. Steve, I know me and you've chatted about some alternate overs. Look, the Texans might just suck, but if there's going to be one game where they come out at great odds, Texans team total against a depleted Ravens team. I know they're in Baltimore, but you know what? The hell with that. I don't care. Weather seems fine. I'm going back with the Texans, and in one of my parlays, I have C.J. Stroud to launch 3 touchdowns. And I don't know what's going to happen with the Saints game, but you know what? They're at the Dome. It's against the Giants. Jackson Dart, the rookie quarterback. And I know it's the second game. They got a little film on Dart, but I don't think the Saints watched it anyway. So I'm going with – so this was my 33.5. Texans, Giants, Eagles, and Cowboys, all to get over 33.5. Is there anything else that I'm really – not really. I mean, I also threw in that your way thing. I did Javonte Williams to get over 40 receiving yards. I got hurt for 2.
Yeah, we got Saquon in there somewhere, right? Yep.
Yeah, just general stuff. Nothing absolutely crazy.
I didn't talk about the Saquon receiving yards earlier too. That's another one where I played that a lot last year and it didn't come through. And maybe I'm not emphasizing it enough, but all of these games, the running backs can get their receive yards today. I mean, if you just go up and down the list, I mean, you have Marks for the Texans. You even have Hill and Henry because Lamar's not going to run. He'll dump it. I mean,
it's Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush will dump it off. Both of them will dump it off. I mean, Kamara is an option today. Scatterbo is an option today. Achan's always an option today. Rico Dowdle, he probably does that better than running. He's an option today. Jinty's an option. Taylor's an option.
Everyone's an option. I just threw one for Brees Hall and Achan to get 60 and Justice Hill to get 40. Anyway, look, a lot of running backs, a lot of receiving yards. I'm hoping that today's the day for a lot of receiving yards from running backs.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, no. That was it.
Okay. Yeah. And so where that's going to benefit, I would be cautious of the quarterback rushing yards a little bit today. I mean, you might get guys like Radler. I mean, Radler's going to be a high number as it is. Jackson Dart, though Grandy loves him. I get it. He could get his. But Stroud probably doesn't have to run today. You know, he's a guy we like to take. Bo Nix, probably not going to try to run against the Eagles defenses who could kill him at any given second, you know. The Denver defense might be good enough to hold Hurts down as far as his number goes. Now, Fields, you could probably play him because he's bound to get 100 yards rushing today. So be cautious on that. Maybe just the all-New York quarterback parlay with Fields and Jackson Dart for alternate rushing yards over for both of them.
Dart's number is pretty high. You had to go to at least 40 to get a little something.
So if you're going to do just the two of them, you're going to have to go extreme. Just do Dart for 70 and Fields for like 100 and see what you get for a payout, people. Even if you want to give Fields a little bit more, like 110. All right. I would say that there's actually a shot for that to happen. Is it going to happen? Probably not. But you only need two things to happen, and they're probably your two best bets for quarterbacks to be running with success today on a warranted basis of having to run.
I'm going with quarterback throwing the ball today, and I'm going with guys catching the ball.
I think today's a great day for 3 touchdown passes.
Exactly.
Quarterbacks for 3 touchdown passes because running backs will get some as well in our little mix of running back receivers. So I'll find 3 guys like Stroud for 3 touchdowns. Sounds great. Dart for 3 sounds pretty good. Tua for 3 sounds good to me.
Yep.
That sounds terrible to me. I don't think Tua throws for over 100. I think Tua throws under 200 yards today.
Do you really against Carolina? I think that's one-way traffic to me. But that's just the fate of Carolina. So even talking to Del Grandy, one of these teams is going to get off the mat. Why not Miami? Their defense just hasn't been as bad as people say. They played Buffalo kind of tough. They beat the Jets. Nice home win. I mean, if they beat Carolina, their schedule is very manageable in the next 6 weeks where they could find themselves right around 500 at the end of October or actually at the end of November or mid-November And if they're 5-5, then that's much better than how they started at 0-3. And let us all not forget, not saying that they're going to win the Super Bowl, but my Patriots, when they beat the Rams the year they weren't supposed to, they were 5-5 before they ran out the table. So any team who's 500 at 5-5, you cannot write off just because history says it. And we'll get to that. But if the Patriots play competitive against Buffalo, that could be something they learn for down the road later that's going to pay off for them. Go ahead, Anthony.
I'm thinking an in-house bet. We can of course move on. But I'm thinking a little in-house bet. I don't think Miami scores more than 10 points today.
Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Well, that's what we want. We'd a little different take here. All right. We are moving on. We'll talk about that later. Let's see. Tennessee and Arizona. This is the Big Steve under lock of the year so far. 41.5 points is way too many for these two teams today. Tennessee has absolutely nothing. Now, is my man Tajay Spears at least back finally? Do we get him in the lineup somewhere? I don't see him.
I see him listed 4-1.
Do you really? Okay.
Anytime.
He's expected to play.
Okay. That helps a little bit. If his number pops up later for receiving for me, I'll go ahead and take it. I think you can take the Mercado or receive yards, since that's going to be his role, 13.5. And Del Grande, I like the angle, says that Michael Carter is going to run this thing into the ground for Arizona. He's a quite capable running back. And he is a sneaky candidate for 2 touchdowns today as Michael Carter Jr. This is a game that is a final score of Arizona 23, Tennessee 10, 24-10, 24-9, something like that, where the Cardinals win this game. They hold serve, and it stays under the total. So let's see here. Passing prop wise, 220.5 for Kyler, 179.5 for Cam Ward. Cam Ward, do not watch Kyler Murray on the field and do the reverse spinaroo play. And you might end up having a decent career, young man. Rushing prop wise, Michael Carter Jr., if he's just 42.5 and Del Grande thinks it's Michael Carter trying to run this into the ground, which I see it myself, that's way too low here, especially with the lead in the second half as well. So I think a Michael Carter alternate total number over his rushing yards is a great way to approach this game today. Pollard's 55.5 for his baseline. Kyler Murray 30.5. Cam Ward 10.5. Now, this is a quarterback rushing scenario for Cam Ward today. He's kind of taken the reins off a little bit. We've gone to the well many times for him, and I do see Spears in the rushing number. But maybe this is when he flies out of the bird's nest, so to speak, and gets his alternate number rushing over, which is at plus 410 for 25 yards. I think a shot you have to take at the end of the day. So I'll write that down. Ward
I
rushing.
like that. I like that. And I've unfortunately been a victim the first 3 weeks of betting Cam Ward. I finally did something smart and not bet Cam Ward last week. But with this number against a pretty tough Arizona defense in Arizona, plus 610 for 30, sign me up.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see here. Receiving numbers. Any low hangers we like here? Yeah, what do you got?
And by the way, Brock Bowers is out. Official.
All right, good to know that.
Yeah, they're going to get ran over.
Breaking news. Oh,
Brock
Bowers
Thomas, baby. Ian Thomas.
Minnesota does score. I did not update you guys on that.
It was
Jordan Mason rushing yard. Yep. 14-10 there. Low-hanging receiver numbers. Now, they're so low, you almost have to just bite the bullet and maybe say, all right, give me three of these. Maybe they can all get 25 yards at a huge payout. Zay Jones is 9.5. Michael Carter's 10.5. Lockett is at 14.5. Pollard, a measly 9.5. Okonkwo is 26.5. DeMercado, 13.5. I think you need to take a shot at some of those guys at least. Ridley's all the way down to 32.5. That's the confidence they have in this talentless passing game of the Tennessee Titans. This is the under of the year, but there will be some yards. Maybe take some of these low hangers. Find one or two that you like down the road. Michael Carter Jr. for 80 yards today, which sounds reasonable to be honest, plus 550. I mean, why not?
Right.
It's just 80 yards. You're not asking him to get 100. If you do to get 100 yards, he's 11-1, 14-1 for 110. So he is a popcorn parlay type of player, not someone who's going to be on the main betting ticket for a lot of people today. So a very, very sneaky under the radar pick, but it makes sense. The Cardinals are going to try to run the ball to win this game and win it out. And if he's getting chunks of yards like Mr. Mason is, or Jenkins is, against two good defenses, and Tennessee's not the greatest defense, then it's going to be a field day for Carter. So give me that. Dave, what do you like here?
I like the Cardinals to win this thing by 2 or more scores. I think you have plenty of room to move this spread a little bit. I just don't see a scenario in which Tennessee can really win this game on the road. Give me some Harrison Jr. today, too, plus 160 anytime. I may even take his yards if you wanted to do that. I think he has a good day today. Why not against a bad Tennessee team? He's 11-1 to score twice. I would consider that, Steve, but I think my play here is Cardinals, 12.5, maybe even 16.5. I'm calling for the Cardinals blowout.
A lot of chances for some blowouts today, and I think the Cardinals rightfully on that list. What do you like, Anthony? Best bet here. You like the yard rushing numbers, so what else maybe?
I mean, that you saying Zay Jones, that got me. I hate when I'm pairing two guys in the same game, especially before 1 o'clock, because I like to spread it out. But I'm looking at Tyler Lockett. The dude I know he had absolutely nothing last week, but he had 37 yards in week 3. So 40 yards is not out of the realm of possibility. And with Zay Jones, what did he get? Let me look at this game log. Look, his season high is 25 yards. I don't even think he played. I don't know if he was hurt or not, but he didn't play last week. So I'd be up for Zay Jones for 40 yards. What's that number again? Plus 430?
Let's see when we get a payout on these two guys together. Let me scroll back. Receiving wise, alternate number over for Zay Jones today is at 8-1 for 40 yards. And Tyler Lockett, if you want him for 40 yards, is at plus 450. Those two players together are 36-1 odds.
So what I'll probably do, maybe I'll make another one with 40 yards, but I'll start with 30 yards at plus 430, and that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
That's so insane.
Yeah, so if you do that for 30 yards for Lockett, 30 yards for – I'll tell you what, they're going to have a lot better chance than this Mason Taylor Junkins 30-yard junk ticket I got. I don't think these guys have anything receiving.
They don't. Mason has 1.
Okay. Hey, the under was my other pick. So how about that? Which they may try to fool that. 14-1 for the 30 yards or more for both of these players, Jones and Lockett. David Njoku touchdown. Look at that.
How about that?
I haven't given up on you, Njoku. Well, not this morning. I didn't play you. You would have made sense, actually, on a live line ticket, especially at halftime, at a nice big price.
So that would be, that's Dylan Gabriel, 2 passing touchdowns.
Yeah, there you go. Check the box for Nephew Dave on Dylan Gabriel over 1.5 passing touchdowns at 6-1. How about that? And now, if you have over 1.5 on a few other quarterbacks, you're in business if you have Dylan Gabriel for this afternoon. So good call if you did something like that this morning. Okay, next game on the board's a fun one. 4:05 Eastern. In fact, all these are going to be fun in their own little way. This is a green light special to me. Tampa Bay and Seattle. Actually, let's do a 2-touchdown score for the 4 o'clock game as well with Arizona. Zay Jones, 100-1, is going to go on that crazy madness ticket for the 4 o'clock game. And the other 4 o'clock game, Tampa Bay and Seattle, boys, a green light to me. Baker's plus 120 for 2 touchdowns. How do you not bet that? Ibuka could be the alpha dog. There are so many low-hanging numbers to like here. It's not even funny. Del Grande loves my Barner player now that I've pulled out of nowhere, and he is fantastic. He won me the touchdown jackpot last week. He's 55-1 for 2 touchdowns today. You got to throw him on a ticket. What do you think this is getting ahead of ourselves, but the Del Grande ticket of Michael Carter Jr., A.J. Barner, and Jaden Daniels, what do you think $10 pays, boys?
That's an man. I don't know.
I think I asked Anthony this yesterday. What do you think it pays, Dave? Yes.
Who is it again?
Barner, your quarterback, and Michael Carter Jr.
All for what? 1?
2.
2? Oh, geez. Probably 15 grand.
$160,000.
Oh, wow. Way off.
But all these, listen to all these low numbers. Kenneth Walker's now through the roof to 11.5 for his receiving numbers. Charbonnet is 7.5. Arroyo is 18.5, up and coming. Barner 18.5, semi-established at this point. Torrey Horton, deep threat, 19.5. Cade Otton is going to get involved at some point, 20.5 for him. Sterling Shepard, 25.5. Rachaad White's all the way down to 21.5. That's all Tampa Bay does is throw their running backs. Cooper Kupp, 38.5. I don't know about that. Godwin, 52.5. I love the lower guys. Ibuka, 61.5. Jackson Smith, 80.5. I'll just keep him. If he's going to do that, boys, thank God, because he's on my guillotine league now. And let's see, passing prop wise in this game, 226 for Darnold, 225 from Baker. I went down if each quarterback would have 3 touchdowns passing, if you want to put them on that list. 4-1 for Darnold. Mayfield is at plus 450. The total again is 44.5. And I think the wrong team actually could be favored here. I'm not sure why the Buccaneers are 3.5 point underdogs. I mean, to me, they're still the better team than the up-and-comer Seahawks. So good all line available on Baker and company if you think they can beat up on Seattle on the road today. Walker, minus 105, you got to play on a ticket for a touchdown. Charbonnet, plus 125. Jackson Smith, plus 125. White, plus 145. Ibuka, plus 185. Godwin, plus 220. Kupp, plus 270. What do you like, Dave?
So, Steve, you know me. I like the Baker props here. I'm going to play his rushing always.
Seattle defense is a Baker-dictated rushing scenario,
So I'm definitely going to go with that. He didn't get too much last week. You know, he's not going to get it every week, but, I mean, he is a guy that it only takes a few if he can find some space. So sign me up for that. Steve, I agree. You know me, I got a little soft spot there for Tampa with Baker. So I'm going to go money line as well. I think the wrong team is favored. Give me the Bucks on the road on the money line. Give me the Baker props. And then give me some Ibuka anytime touchdown plus 175. And I would even go for 2 as well.
Antonio.
I love the fact that Dave, you don't even realize he did it, but when you were on your rant, you're like, yeah, and here's a guy. That made me smile.
Now, here's a guy who can really run the football.
Here's a guy who we're all going to be drunk around 420 today.
Oh, I got to stop watching those, Ant.
It's so funny. I love it. I got to work on the voice. I'm looking at Bucky Irving's stats from last week against Philly, and I see that he got 5 receptions for 102 yards and a score. If they're going to make Rachaad White the main focus today, look at his reception totals. A lot of plus numbers there. I know Sean Tucker's involved, and there's probably going to be some random running back involved that we've never heard of. He'll probably be the loser who scores. But if Rachaad White's going to be the main guy in this one, and frankly, Seattle's a pretty damn good team.
Six catches for White plus 350.
I'm liking the catches. The hell with the yards. I don't care if it's for -2 yards a piece. Give me Rachaad White catches. That's my favorite bet of that one.
Yeah, that's a good angle.
And of course, I still have a soft spot for my Sterling Shepard for 40 yards.
All right.
Always will.
All right. The good game. Fun game, right? Do y'all agree on that?
Absolutely.
I hope so, yeah.
All right. This could be a fun game, too. Although I'm worried about the Chargers and their offensive line woes. Justin Herbert is funner when he runs forward, not when he's running backwards like he did against the Giants last week in the upset there on the road. Now, the Chargers come home, 2.5-point favorites, 47.5 over Nephew Dave's Commanders, who get Jaden Daniels back today, the team with the best starting field position in the NFL, thanks to Deebo Samuel, some young receivers as well. How about McCaffrey showing back up again? Can we see him again today? But a loss last week in Atlanta, Dave. Here's your shot at the weekly State of the Union of the Commanders and their fan base after the loss in Atlanta, going on the road to the Chargers. Interesting spot. Obviously, you guys don't want to lose 2 in a row. You're going to be very grumpy Dave, I have a feeling. So go ahead and break it down for me. What's the State of the Union right here for your Commanders?
Yeah, Steve. So State of the Union, obviously we get our quarterback back today, which is huge. But I mean, look, Mariota, he played well in Daniel's absence, and this is on the defense, man. I mean, when you're down, some receivers in Noah Brown and Terry McLaurin, and your backup and the rest of the guys are still putting up, over 24 points each time Mariota's out there in the 2 games he played. I mean, come on, man. You've got to, at least be somewhere in the neighborhood of winning those games, or that one against Atlanta. That's the defense just has to get better. The secondary has to get better. And that's kind of the bugaboo right now, I feel like, is the defense. Again, the offense is holding it down. They're doing what they need to do. They're moving the ball. They're scoring points. The defense has to help. That's kind of the plain and simple here, this State of the Union. So hopefully we see a little bit better from the defense today, as they're facing, again, some good weapons over there on the Chargers side of the ball. So defense has to be better. We'll see what they can do today.
All right, I'm going to rewind to touchdown madness for a minute. I'm going to throw in Barner 55-1 and Egbuka at 15-1. So a guy from each team, and we'll pair him with Zay Jones for this long shot at 4:00 crazy ticket we'll come up with. All right, your best plays then, Dave, for this game.
Let's see. What did I do? I like some Zach Ertz today. I took Krosky Merritt for 2. He's in my 2 touchdown parlay, which again we'll go over as we always do.
Risky business with the old Krosky.
It is, but the trend here is when they're giving him the football and when they're running the football, it doesn't matter if it's Merritt or Rodriguez. They're getting 6 to 7 yards a carry, and they're kind of getting away from that. And if they can find that again, just give these guys the ball. The running game can work. And if it is, Steve, why not Krosky Merritt for 1 and 2? It is risky, but it brings a good number. And if they can do what they need to do and find this run game again, I think it's definitely feasible.
All right. Let's see here. Anthony, what do you like in this game?
Random touchdown score, and I love this guy's name. Oronde Gadsden.
Oronde Gadsden. We have an Oronde Gadsden side. He's a long time player. Let me actually pull out his bio. What's your number on that, Anthony?
Well, I'm just having him to score, but I mean, 2 catches. Look, 2 catches for 16 yards last week, 5 catches for 46 yards the week before. So I'm looking at his receiving yards. What's crazy is that Tyler Conklin is plus 750, and he tore it up week 1. But I do not know where this guy honestly came from. I was just scrolling and I saw this guy with a funky name. I'm like, well, he's gonna be the idiot that scores around 515 today. So you know what? I'm gonna bet it.
You know what? This is a different Aronde Gadsden from the guy. I was like, man, this guy's been playing forever. Because the guy I'm looking at, Aronde Gadsden, is like literally 2 years older than me. I'm like, wait a minute, this guy's still not in the league. And famously, the Miami Dolphins and Dallas Cowboys, old school Aronde Gadsden. I'm like, man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. And it literally has been a while since I've heard it. So the new blood there for the Chargers. All right. I see 40 to 1.
Marion Hampton is part of my 2 touchdown scores. That was part of the Kyron Williams bet. So I'm stuck with Hampton. So I'm hoping he at least can score twice. But if I'm looking at Keenan Allen, 7 receptions. He's literally been 5-7, 5-7. 7. Yeah, no, 7-5, 7-5 this entire year. So let's see. Week 1, 7 catches. Week 2, 5. Week 3, 7. Week 4, 5. See the trend? I'm going Keenan Allen for 7 catches.
All right. Let's see here. 3 touchdown passing props, and then we'll come up with a 2 touchdown madness where I feel like we almost need another guy from each team. Maybe we need to make that the case with everybody in the 4 o'clock window. Let's see. 1.5 for Herbert's minus 130, plus 115 for Jaden. All right, so there's a plus guy you could throw on your list. 3 touchdowns plus 430. Receiving number wise, your low hangers in this game are going to be Gadsden 17.5, Krosky, Bill, Ja'Cory Merritt 6.5, Hampton 21.5, McCaffrey 21.5, Moore 26.5, Ertz 39.5. Debo's at 53.5. Debo for his rushing today is at 7.5. Herbert's 15.5. Krosky's at 30.5. Rodriguez Jr. 26.5. And that line where they were equal a couple of days ago, now Krosky Merritt is the declarative kind of favorite. So that does tell you maybe he's going to get the load more here. Jaden Daniels is 43.5. Hampton is at 65.5. You know what? I mean, to me, this is a game that's right around the over-under number. Maybe goes under by a point or two. And it's probably a field goal game either way. Good, hard game. Again, I'm worried about the Chargers offensive line. Probably better opportunity even in play on this game. Bet it live, right?
Yeah, a little live action.
So this is a good live game. And if I'm going to have to pick a couple of guys here for touchdown madness, let's go with the hot hand of McCaffrey for 1. And let's just throw this Gaston kid on there because these guys are going to pay ridiculous either way. If Anthony is right. And he's been right a lot lately. So 40 to 1 for Gadsden and McCaffrey 45.5. Both go on this 2 touchdown madness ticket we'll create for the 4 o'clock window. Now we have 2 guys in this Seattle Tampa Bay game. We might as well throw a Titan on there since we have a Cardinal already with Zay Jones at 100 to 1. How about I've said his name earlier. How about let's take Alec A.O. Manor, 40 to 1, right?
Going back to it.
As one of the primary receivers getting 40 to 1. Okay, this is one-way traffic to me, our last 4 p.m. window game, and then we'll do the night games and we'll get on out of here. So the Lions are minus 9.5, 49.5. This is Dave Dolgrandi's superstar touchdown scorer of the year with David Montgomery, who's from Cincinnati, but even worse in a bad scenario in which his sister broke her neck in an automobile accident. This will be her first game today, watching her brother. So of any of these coaches in the NFL, the sentimental Dan Campbell knows to give the football to Montgomery down by the goal line. He probably gets it twice. So he's the best play here. Detroit scores over 40 points. The Bengals do nothing at all. Bet all their unders. I'll bet every Bengal under there is on the board. And this is one-way traffic for me. If Jahmyr Gibbs gets some receiving yards, so be it. Put him on your running back receiver list. Just 26.5 receiving yards for Jahmyr Gibbs is a complete slap in the face to Jahmyr Gibbs, to be honest. He is a 50-yard receiver at any given moment. Chase Brown's all the way down to 15.5. So that's probably why he's at least worth it. They haven't tried that, but that's their only hope, I feel like, is to try to get Chase Brown the ball, because there is no time for the quarterback to throw the ball here. And Aiden Hutchinson and company with the Lions, who have a better than advertised defense, will have Browning under pressure. So one-way traffic for me, boys. Give me the Lions team points. I'm all over the Montgomery angle, and we'll put him in touchdown madness as the ringer, since it's a heartfelt game for him. And if we have to take a bingle, which I guess we have to, let's just try to take Captain Obvious here with Chase Brown, since that's their only hope close to the goal line. Yeah, maybe we take Jamar Chase at 12-1, but I just have a hard feeling.
Yeah, go with Brown.
It's going to be hard to get into the end zone for the Bengals. I don't expect anyone to score twice for them, to be honest. One-way traffic for me here. I love the Lions. They're better than what a lot of people thought in the offseason. They thought there was going to be a drop-off. I scoff and laugh at that notion. How about the Lions today, Anthony?
David Montgomery, right?
Yep.
All right, hold on. I'm moving my car right now. Since we got the construction field in the driveway. David Montgomery for 4 touchdowns is 80-1.
I mean, do you round robin of 3 touchdowns with Barkley?
Right. Yep.
And Montgomery for 4 or whatever. Yeah, I hear you.
Look, 80-1. Montgomery. Everything you just said, going down Narrative Street. Plus, Dan Campbell's a player's coach.
It's worth $3 to win $250 just to do that. By itself, maybe. Why not?
Not just that, but look what Montgomery did last week. He stunk.
Right.
Like I think in fantasy he had 1.3 points.
Oh yeah, I had him, and it was terrible, man.
Yeah.
It was a bad day.
And you saw what he was capable of doing. This 2 weeks ago was 150 some yards and 2 scores. I don't know. Look, you're putting money for a guy to score 4 times. That sounds insane. But 80-1, I'll take it. Is it still 80-1? I bet that last night. Is it still there?
Let's see.
I'm curious if I made a value bet or
80-1.
sucker bet.
He's 80-1.
It's still 80-1. Okay, fair enough.
Yep. And then
fire up all the Lions. I mean, Amon-Ra's been catching passes left and right. Laporta Potty, I don't think has scored yet this year, so I wouldn't be surprised. Plus, I'm also facing him in fantasy, so you might as well throw him on a tight end parlay. Bengals stink. I mean, did you guys see that clip where the Bengals had what? They were blocking 6, and they were going against a 4-man pass rush, and 4 guys blocked only 1 defensive tackle, and then Browning got sacked. I've never seen something more pathetic in my life. And this sucks because I'm a Jamar Chase owner, I'm a Chase Brown owner, I'm a T. Higgins owner. Terrible.
Yeah, I hear you.
Give me all the Lions, give me all the Lions, and I have them in Survivor.
Okay. Let me take a picture of this late touchdown madness ticket. But if we have these players scored 2 touchdowns in this late window, again, it'll be a bloodbath. Zay Jones, 125-1. Barner, 55-1. Egbuka as a ringer, 15-1. McCaffrey, 45-1. Arondé Gadsden, not the OG, the new one, 40-1. Alec Manor, 40-1. And David Montgomery, 320, as he not only scores twice, scores 4 times, and gives his sister 4 footballs in her wheelchair and her first time watching him play football today. All right. Night game, Patriots and Bills. State of the Union of the Patriot fans. Basically is this. Nice win last week. Let's at least play Buffalo close. Obviously, you want to win. Let's prove we can compete with a team like this, right? let's prove we can compete with a good team like this. And if at the end of the day, if it's 31-28 Buffalo, we know when we get another shot at them down the road in the playoffs, because our schedule is easier, this game will not only give us confidence moving forward, but confidence when we play them again and better teams in much more glorified scenarios. So they did this against the Rams that year they won the Super Bowl, where they played them even and kind of barely lost to Kurt Warner in the greatest show on turf. And then lo and behold, they go to the Super Bowl and play him again as big underdogs and pull out the outright win, and which was one of my bigger Super Bowl victories of all time in the old school Western Union Costa Rican sports book, where I sent them $42 on the money line of the Patriots and the under, which cashed on that Super Bowl day. So I expect the same thing tonight. Let's keep it competitive, and I think everyone will be happy at the end of the day. Meanwhile, let's try to win it, and give me some Travion Henderson to really have his best game of the season, because if they are going to compete, it is going to be all hands on deck a little bit. Diggs, I think, has a shot at a touchdown tonight. They know the revenge angle themselves, like Del Grandy said, but Diggs is going to pay good. Hunter Henry is going to pay good for a touchdown, plus 260 Diggs, plus 240 Henry. Kincaid's plus 240. That's a great price for him. He's been on fire. Henderson's plus 220. Shakir plus 195. Coleman plus 185. Allen minus 115. 49.5. I don't know if we quite get there, but we get into the 40s, and I think there's plenty of points. And you can probably pick 3 or 4 touchdown scorers or 2 guys on each side and maybe get a nice big winning ticket. So I'll look for some received props on the Pats. I'll root for the Pats. My low hangers for receivers are, give me some DeMario Douglas over 8.5. Give me some Dawson Knox over 10.5. These are all numbers we can play later. Stevenson's 12.5. Travion Henderson is 15.5. James Cook, 15.5. All these numbers are exploitable. Booty, 26.5. All these numbers are obtainable and alternate big payouts later on this evening. So a fun game, hopefully, and I'll try to lay off the booze as long as I can today to watch this as much as I can in semi-sobriety. Dave, your thoughts here?
Yeah, Steve, you know what? I'll give you guys a chance today. If you can play like you did last week, which is what it's going to take. I mean, it's going to have to be good. It's the Bills team, probably the sweetheart to win the Super Bowl, I would think, especially with the way they're playing lately. Divisional game, anything can happen. So I'll take the points with the Patriots, Steve, and I'm going to play the game prop here too. Each team for a rushing touchdown today.
There you
go. Is a plus number. I mean, come on, there's all kinds of personnel on both sides for that to happen. You're getting a plus number out of it. I think you have to try it. So give me the points, Steve, and I'll take some Butte props. That's every week for me. I'm gonna keep going with them. I've rode with them this long, might as well keep doing it. I love me some Henderson too, man. Plus 235 to score. Give me that if we're talking about the Patriots. We know who's on the other side. We know their numbers, what they're capable of. But if we're going to give the Patriots a shot here, we're going to go with those guys. And if we're playing the rushing prop, might as well play the Henderson prop too, because he's going to be a part of that. So give me some Henderson, give me some Butte, and Steve, I'll give you a chance with the points.
All right. What about you, Antonio?
Kayshon Butte, 4 receptions. And if you didn't notice the trend, I've been taking players to get receptions today. I'm shifting it up. Butte has been a little mediocre the past couple games. 1 catch, 2 catches, 1 catch. But he still has that 6 catch upside like he did in week 1. I'm going back with it. 4 catches is plus 320.
Nice.
I like it.
That's one of my favorite bets. Hey, look, you got to think New England's not going to beat them by 28 points. This isn't going to be a blowout in New England. Unfortunately, it could be the same way with Buffalo. But for all of our sakes, we're hoping it's going to be a close game. And that line is dropping. This thing started at what? 10, 11 and a half in the start of the week. It's now at 8.5. I'm hoping for fireworks. I'm looking at if I'm going to look at a 2-touchdown score. I already have Josh Allen, and hopefully I survive long enough to Sunday night to where if Josh Allen gets 2 touchdowns, I can win a lot of money. But if not, I'm going with the tight ends. Dalton Kincaid and Hunter Henry's been on fire this year, and so has Kincaid. 22-1 for both of them to get 2 touchdowns tonight.
Wow, there you go.
I like it.
Yeah. The 2 touchdown angle is a very good one for both the tight ends. That has definitely crossed my mind for this game.
I understand the Henderson concept. I've already made a couple bets with it. I'm just gonna whatever you guys tell me to do, I'll do. I don't need to do any more research. I think you guys have done enough.
All right. And one last game, the Chiefs and the Jaguars. Obviously, we don't do the Monday night game in too much depth, but there are some low hanger receiver numbers. This is one that you need to kind of let fester tomorrow afternoon and kind of come up with things on your own. That's kind of like your listener homework. Obviously, because our best bets ourselves won't come until that kind of train of thought tomorrow as well. But look at these low numbers for the receivers. Thornton's at 13.5. He likes him. Noah Gray's at 12.5. Pacheco all the way down to 6.5. Me and Del Grande were joking him earlier about how terrible he's been. And then as far as rushing prop wise, then you got to take Worthy over his 6.5 rushing yards as well. Worthy for a touchdown. If you're going to have an alpha dog play of 5 guys just to get a touchdown today, like a St. Brown, okay, players like that, then you might as well throw like an Xavier Worthy on it. Play one ticket that will win today, and then play the same ticket plus Xavier Worthy for tomorrow. That way you're just kind of sitting on deck for the 1 touchdown, and you can cash it home big time. So I'll go ahead and hit up that strategy with 5 guys throughout the day who probably pay somewhere around 2-1, and try to add a worthy ticket to that as well. So a coin flip game for me. You guys agree?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna call for Jacksonville to win that.
Okay, Anthony.
I'm hoping for Jacksonville to win that.
Yeah, we all hope for Jacksonville.
And I'm just praying. And I don't even think I'm going to bet it. I'll probably be out by the time Monday night comes in fantasy. But Brian Thomas, any damn day now. Come on, man. Jesus. I will say this though. If you guys are looking at fantasy stuff, whether you own Pacheco or you do not, if you have anyone that you can drop, keep an eye on this guy. His name is Brashard Smith. They've been utilizing him quite a bit. He only had 4 carries for 9 yards last week against Baltimore, but in the receiving game, 3 catches, 27 yards.
Wow,
that doesn't sound like much, but Pacheco, and like I said, I'm a Pacheco owner, and I have full-on regret of being a Pacheco owner. I know he scored a touchdown, and that gave me a win last week, thank God. But I'm telling you, the tides might be shifting. And in case Pacheco gets hurt, which we have known in the past that he has, keep an eye on Brashard Smith. And to be dead honest, look at your bench right now. If you are bad on running back, or you have a guy, like for example, I have Chris Rodriguez on my bench. Well, when the hell am I ever going to start him? I just pitched Chris Rodriguez, and I picked up Brashard Smith because, like I said, if he goes off tonight or Pacheco gets hurt Monday night, I guarantee Brashard Smith will be the number 1 waiver wire player picked. So that's just a little tidbit in the fantasy world.
Not a bad game plan, Vikings. Let's get the ball to Justin Jefferson, right? As he high points the ball deep down the middle, and it gets another screen pass. Vikings trail the Browns 17-14, driving with about 10 minutes left in the game. All right, we're running late. Let's hit our 2 touchdown sounder, the most famous in all of sports. I'll give a couple of the best bets with the points.
Come on, Jefferson or Addison. Any of those 2. Any of those 2 idiots. Instead, you throw fucking Josh Oliver.
20 papers.
God forbid it's the running back you throw the ball to in this game.
Let's throw to the third string tight end who always catches the dunk touchdown.
$2.
Give me 25 and a red flag. It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah.
Give me 2.
And Jimmy Two Times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm gonna go get the papers.
Okay, good thing for us. The 2 touchdown scorers in a cornucopia of fashion have returned to these games here in the last week or so, maybe 2 weeks. A week or two kind of slower, 3 picking up a little bit, and then week 4, 2 touchdowns galore. So who do you like for 2 touchdowns, David? Who are your prime candidates in our long list of many that we like today?
All right, we're going to go with these 4 guys here on a little 2 touchdown parlay. We're going to go with Jonathan Taylor from the Colts, Jalen Hurts. Those are the 2 ringers. And then we're going to go 2 long shots on this ticket. So 2 ringers, 2 long shots. Jackson Dart for 2 and Bill Jacory Krosky Merritt for 2.
Bill.
And that would be a fantastic afternoon, boys.
Field goal no good by Minnesota. The score remains 17-14. Oh, and if he makes it, this game's probably going over unless they can't score another point in overtime. But you underbetters survive a sweat for now. Anthony, your favorite 2 touchdown scorers?
Well, I'm already riding with my Kyron Williams. He's paired with Jonathan Taylor, Marion Hampton, David Montgomery, and Josh Allen. I made a couple others. Cam Scatterbo. Ashton Genty, I know he's going against that Colts defense, but they're in the dome. Raiders, he just came back from.
I got all these guys. Keep going.
Yeah, we're hoping for the momentum. I don't know if we brought this up. I know I was probably out. But look, if C.J. Stroud is going to throw for 3 touchdowns today, and I'm going to double down with it, he's got to throw it to Nico, right? I mean, at any point.
Christian Kirk with a very favorable matchup there. But Nico, yes, very much involved today.
And then, look, how can you not pick Kenneth Walker? Again, until he slows down or gets hurt, it's Kenneth Walker's show. And then, look, on the flip side with David Montgomery, just in case, throw in Jahmyr Gibbs with it. Yeah, you have to throw him in there at least with one of them. Of course, 2 touchdowns. I double down. Literally, I double down. David Montgomery. I'm going with it. 4 damn touchdowns. 4 effing touchdowns for David Montgomery.
We need a 4 touchdown sounder for next week. Okay, my 2 touchdown prime. Let me get all the games slated back up. All right, let's see here. Player most likely. I do like the Nico angle for the Texans. Henry's an auto play. Just don't forget about him at the end of the day, either, people. I love the Scatterbo one. Taysom Hill, I think you take a shot at, although he's usually slow his first game back post-injury, and then they get him involved. Kind of what happened last year. So if he doesn't do it this week, remember him for next week or next time they play. If they have the bye, I'm not sure the Saints' schedule. I'm not going to look it up for you either. I do like your dart angle, whoever said that. Anthony hates the Dolphins today, but any number of players to me could get 2 touchdowns. It could be Gordon by the goal line. Waller, if he's going to play like that, might as well be him at 6'6". Nephew Dave loves some Waddle. Achane at any given moment is the best player on the field there. I like Jonathan Taylor. He's the favorite on the day. I think he's the layup in this game for 2. If you're going to have a 3 or a 4, Anthony, you're trying to parlay it for. I mean, why not someone like Jonathan Taylor who's done that before? Saquon Barkley. I'm going to take his receive yards, but give me Hurts for 2 as well. Long shot of Marvin Mims. Breece Hall is one of my favorites for 2 today. I could see the Javonte Williams angle as well. Dave Delgrandy likes Carter. I always like Barner. Ibuka is becoming an auto play. Jaden Daniels is a sneaky 2 touchdown scorer in that game today. Don't forget about Hampton as well. Obviously, we're all on Montgomery. What's Jameson Williams going to have his game? Regardless, the Lions will not take off the gas today. Hunter Henry. Fool me once, fool me twice. Don't fool me a third time. Probably 2 touchdowns for you. And I like that bet with Kincaid as well. All right. My best bets for points today. Team totals alternate over. Giants, Texans. I'll throw the Dolphins on there. The Colts with the spread Philly and Denver can both get there. Dallas and the Jets both get there with their over. The underlock of the year is the Cardinals Titans. Tampa and Seattle both get there combined. And then Detroit, their team total over, as that is one-way traffic. That actually might be my favorite one. My Big Steve $1,000 bet, if you guys need that, one bet to win it all. Take the Lions. Now the Lions down to 9.5. You're going to give me less than 10 points with Detroit? Give me minus 9.5. You should never bet minus 9.5 on the road. But this is the Lions. Those are the Bengals. And this is a bloodbath of epic proportion in Cincinnati this afternoon. All right, Dave, any best bets for you real quick?
Yeah, I got a touchdown scores. I got some other bets to make, so my list is a little short at the moment. We're going to go with a parlay of DeAndre Hopkins, Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, and Tyler Warren would also make for a very nice afternoon.
All right, let's go ahead and cue it up. We'll get on out of here. We got some TVs to set up. It is about 12:15, so running a few minutes late. That is your week 5. We had fun all morning. Thank you, Dave Dolgrande. Thank you, Ant-Man. That's our Thursday night, 5-0. And Nephew Dave, thank you and good luck to all of you in the studio and out there listening today. We appreciate it. If you need the replay for the next 45 minutes of any part of this show, go to the YouTube, click and subscribe. Deep End Broadcasting. Good luck, everybody.